Um,
I didn't notice last time we got some little comments on your stream
yeah,
where someone was like, "Is it winter solstice yet?" Just kidding. Unless.
yeah, right. I wonder who that was. We're live, by the way. But yeah, no, I think it's very funny that religion, like, could you imagine if there was a science skill in the game and it was like everything except chemistry? Because that's
Yeah.
how I feel like history is versus
Well, but
religion.
it's
Because history
I
is like
agree, but it's
every war, the founding of any given church, the like fucking cultural practices of an isolated like group in the fucking hinterlands of Wildemount or whatever. Like that's all history. And then religion's like specifically their holidays or or their prayers or like
and the solution was to make the science skill just be every science and not exclude any of them.
oh
I don't
no.
know. I get it. I mean, it is like one of those things that it's probably better to have a really generic skill and have your DM's discretion be like, "Sorry, I don't think you do know about ancient elven lore if that's not something you've ever encountered before." Um because if you do break it up into 8,000 skills, then you have this problem of character creation where you're like you have to try to pick. I was just saying this about picking magical items where so much of like planning your D&D is like trying to predict what extremely niche scenario you're
Yep.
gonna need skills for.
Yeah. I try to see like magic item selection and things like that. Like you took Boots of Flying, which means now I can put you in encounters or puzzles that require flying,
Yeah,
right?
which is
Like
it's a good way to approach it.
I can force you to do things now that you have that ability. The issue is that that's not like there are some games where you set specific flags for the DM to follow, which I find very interesting. There's what was it called? It's not Armor Astir, but it's something like that where you choose like big arc beats basically, and you have to fill a progress clock in order to complete that beat. And so the DM knows both that A, you want that thing, and B, you're not allowed to have it until you mechanically complete that process,
Cool. That's
right?
really cool.
So that you can like dangle it in front of people and make them make bad decisions to get progress on those things that they want, which I
Mhm.
find interesting. uh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Not to just harp on D&D, I think D&D is very cool. I think it has some good and interesting parts to it that encourage. I don't know. It's the most popular tabletop in the world for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Also, let me know if my mic is like picking up the sound of my needle going through fabric because I've noticed that like every time I do a craft, I'm like, oh, I was working with pencils on that stream. So
that's very
So
funny.
far, no problem.
Yeah, I haven't had an issue with it. I think it's a thing you might notice more because you're doing it, if that makes any kind of sense.
nope, totally. Just wanted to put it out there.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Uh,
So, I wrote down the magic items that we got. I'm getting the wingy boots, and I'm getting a cool tattoo that means that I can write things forever.
uh,
And
now,
that it, what?
I'm going to say this because I don't know if it's occurred to you guys, but you have a bag of holding now, and Anna neither needs to breathe or eat or drink.
Yeah, I
And
know.
Skrios can fly. So now you can have tactical area Anna deployments.
Oh my
That's really funny. I'll fly up and I will just start dumping out the contents of the bag of holding above the town until Anna falls out.
That's actually one of the most effective ways to deal damage in D&D 5e is to
Okay,
fill a
that's
bag of holding with anvils, fly above an enemy, turn the bag of holding inside out so it empties all of its contents.
okay. That's like funny, but also such a bad faith way to play the game.
yeah.
Absolutely. It's
Also,
incredibly funny to me.
Dylan would do it.
Dylan would
yes,
do it.
but
Dylan and I were talking about it. Dylan and I left the group chat to talk about these stupid fucking D&D mechanical interactions.
Yeah, I was talking to him while I was trying to figure out what magical items I want because I knew that he would have the most creative uses for every possible magic item. And he did actually give me a really interesting one for the tattoo, the Illuminator's tattoo.
Yeah, what's up?
Um, well, this was confusing to me at first because of how he explained it, but then he illustrated it to me via a spoiler tag on Discord where you could write a normal message that you don't put any magic on, right?
Yeah,
And then you could scribble it out with the ink that is invisible to everyone except one person in order to censor a message just to them.
that's very
Where
funny.
everyone else could see what was written and the other people, unless they had the thought that they should try to touch it, because if the named person touches it, then it ceases to be, then they can see it. Or that whatever. Anyway, crazy, right?
Yeah, I love fuck you in particular spell uses. They're
It
actually
was kind
quite
of cool. Mostly what I thought when I picked it was that it means that I can invoke a celestial even if I don't have star's blood to write it in, or like if I'm completely without components, I can use ink that's just from me and also a spell slot.
Skriosync, absolutely.
Yes, Krios ink.
It's my favorite corporate entity.
Home
once again
harvested, locally
a-
grown.
all of the fucking vowels removed again.
Skrios is
Skirst.
actually really easy to turn into a tech startup. We already got mostly consonants in there.
Skirst.
Sure.
Skrios, Skris,
Skirst.
Skris,
First,
Skirsa Strahd.
Strahd.
Curse of Strahd.
And now that we've come full circle,
Mhm.
um,
Yeah, I was considering the infinite water because I got shape water and that could have a lot of uses.
it has
In
an infinite number of uses.
It does, but then I don't like to play in a way that, I mean, it's not like I don't want items to be useful and come in handy,
Yeah,
but I don't like to play in a way where all my choices are so guided by what
yeah.
mechanically I can exploit.
Yep.
I still don't know how to incorporate the bag of summon animals that you guys have.
Yeah, neither do any of us, which is why we forgot that we have it.
I guess you
The
could have
gray
used it to feed to
bag,
those. Sorry, go ahead.
the gray bag of tricks that I have in my inventory.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. Well, okay, let's be honest. The reason I haven't pulled it out yet is not because it wouldn't be tactically useful, but also because we are more likely to save animals than we are people, and so putting them in danger is just not.
Totally.
Unless we wanted to, like, here's a bunny rabbit for you to cuddle in a traumatizing situation, we're not gonna, like.
That's probably what we're gonna use it for.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
You guys, I mean, it's an emergency food source at the very least. So there is
It's
that.
I
true.
got Goodberry.
You do have
Yeah.
good berry, so it's not useful for you.
Well, I can share my berries.
uh, yeah. Give me like 2 seconds. I need to take some Tums or something. My stomach is really upset.
All good.
Oh, and then the horn of Blastin.
Yeah.
That would have been, I feel like that would come in handy for us a lot because we're always coordinating. Like, we have a
Yeah.
lot of kind of allies around, but also, like, it's kind of the most boring choice.
That was my thing. I was like, listen, I get to go function so everybody else can have fun because I don't need, like, Anna doesn't. I don't need any. Anna's already fun is the thing. Like, I've got
Yeah.
so much going that I don't need also this magic item because it's like I am allowed to fly as part of my cleric domain,
I can
so I
already
don't need
fucking
that.
fly. I'm so mad that I can't fly.
I know.
I feel like Dungeons and Dragons, Wizards of the Coast. Are you listening, Wizards? No, but this is what I think. This is my message to you. I think that celestial druids should be able to float a little bit off the ground when they're in starry form. Not enough to fly. You don't have to give them a flying speed, so it's not breaking anything. I just think they should sort of hover. No mechanical difference. If there's a ground effect, it can still grab their ankles or stab their feet or whatever, but like for the vibes, I believe that they should be floating.
Bold of you to assume that they care about balance.
Okay, well then they should definitely let me fly.
Yeah, that is the big thing for me where I'm like, okay, you push off flying so far for druids when in reality, like we have access to flying so many other ways in the average like leveling at that point that it doesn't matter for you
It's
to like
weird.
block it, you know? Like
Yeah,
a level 5 party will have found a way to fly if it's possible and if their DM wants them to.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, I even feel that way a little bit about the swim speed because it comes up so seldom. Like, I mean, maybe if you're playing a specifically heavily aquatic campaign, but even then you'd probably just want to be able to swim because you're doing a water-based campaign.
right.
Or I don't know, maybe you're doing a pirates campaign or what, I don't know, but like I have never in a game of D&D had a reason to turn into a fish.
Yeah. I would, if we were doing a fully aquatic campaign, play a Fathomless Warlock, because I think that'd be sick.
Hell yeah.
You get a swimming speed of 40 feet, you can breathe underwater, you can summon fucking water tentacles.
That's really cool.
But you said you never wanted to turn into a fish?
No, I'm not saying that I okay, we were talking about how it's weird that Wizards pushes the flying speed off on druids for so long that you
Yeah.
can't because we were talking about flying in D&D, and then I was like, also, honestly, it's weird that they push off swim speed for as long as they do because it basically never comes up.
Yeah.
It's not OP if I never have a reason to turn into a fish.
It's true. It's one of those things that like they have a formula for when they give people like specific class features and things like that. And for some reason they apply this even when it doesn't make sense to.
Mm-hmm.
Like what is it? That's level 8 or something like that you get or 10 that you get a fly speed?
Yeah.
No, I have 8. I
8.
have it.
And I think 8 is when like the class feature you get upgrades for a lot of classes.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're just like, all right, well that's the formula, put it in there. And they're like, all right, what's the upgrade going to be? And they're going to be like swimming and flying. I was like, are you sure? Like swimming? Have we even released an underwater
No, there's like
actual
fucking nothing.
adventure?
Also, this makes me a little crazy is that they've put dinosaurs
Oh yeah.
in the wild shape list.
Yeah.
But you have to have seen an animal to transform into it.
It's D&D. Dinosaurs exist.
That's stupid.
Why?
Okay, I just kind of hate dinosaurs, to be honest.
You don't think that a god made the dinosaurs and was like, yeah, these things fucking rock. And then they got wiped out and the god was like, nah, they're coming back.
No, I don't.
Dinosaurs
Sincerely?
too. Yeah.
I don't believe that. That's not within my belief system. No.
Oh, weird.
I think dinosaurs are lame and boring, and I think it's weird that they're in Dungeons and Dragons.
I can't believe that you hate dinosaurs.
I do.
You like reptiles.
I do. Yep. And birds.
Well, we already said reptiles, so
Reptiles twice.
yeah. Anyway, hi Eric, if you're listening to us, we just spent the past
Hi.
20 minutes discussing D&D.
Yeah, that's what the game's about.
Hell yeah.
The game is about talking with your friends, and last week's recap was very fun to listen to because fully like 65% of us was just us talking about random shit.
Yeah,
which I appreciate.
That's kind of what I meant when I felt like I feel like I had a really good hold on Velaki. And I don't really have like a good defined hold on the rest of the game, I don't think. So when I'm easy to get distracted because I like don't I'm still trying to figure stuff out, you know?
Yeah, I get you. I'm also extremely not complaining.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
That's not a negative feature. It's I'm having a good time with my friends, and I don't mind if we kind of get sidetracked because this isn't a podcast, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I just like I get self-conscious about it sometimes.
Oh no, well, don't be, because it's fun.
I also think that like one of the many having played so far 1.5 Curse of Strahd campaigns, they also just kind of let things fade away after Velaki. It kind of becomes okay, where are you going now? Have fun.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, like, sure, there's stuff in Krezk that if you're reading the original book is one very fucked up and not great toward mental health, and also to a direction you can head. But it's also like there's also this over here and this over here, and also an amber temple, and also this wine thing to go deal with, and also all of this, and you're like, okay, hold on. I
Yeah,
picked up every quest in Skyrim.
I think that's well said. I feel like there's a very linear path that takes you to Vallaki, and then at that point, they're just kind of like, "Man, you can go wherever you want. The whole country's fucked up." And it's like, okay, but how am I supposed to make a decision about that Curse of Strahd book without like a clear direction about which thing will help me kill Strahd the best?
Yep.
Yeah. Does remind me we don't really have much left in our
Quest book?
well, not our quest book, in our the cards that were given to us, because I know that's supposed to be kind of a guiding thing. Carnival wagon, already got that. Mad Dog's Crypt, to figure out what that is. Um, find a pool blessed by the light of the white sun. Okay, already got Nikki. And then Strahd lurks in his basement. I mean, so
Strahd lurks in his basement is very funny.
That is really funny.
Fucking absolutely incredible. Good bit.
thank you.
Yeah, you guys could get a new reading done, but also like
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, at this point, I have no idea what the Mad Dog script is, and I might actually ask around town for that, because
yeah.
in case anybody knows, might ask Rictavio when he's not supposed to be performing, because again, we tend to we've almost blown his cover about 9 times now.
It's very funny to me.
But
Part of our charm.
It's something for sure.
It's part of our charm. Yeah, there's a lot of the problem is it said go west from the village of Barovia, or like from the way we came in. Everything is west of there. To
Yeah.
find the
Yeah.
pool, there's a bunch of lakes. It could be the Lake Baratok where the sweet tower for some odd reasons is there.
Well, you know
True.
that there is what is the name of the abbey at Kresik?
Oh yeah, I don't know, but yes, there's that.
It's like Saint Markovia's something or other. Like that's the only, as far as like places that are blessed by the sun go, I don't think there are a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, I mean, in character, I'd say Anna's like, I want to go to Beres, so that's really what's Beresing her forward. But
Oh yeah, totally. No, I think it's a Beres field trip.
yeah, because
Today.
especially there's some curiosity about revenant paladins that we kind of talked about a little bit. That is cool, but yeah, I think Beres. But also, if Danica or anybody knows anything about the Mad Dog Crypt, we can always get information on that and add it to our little journal of our little bullet journal of fuck up Strahd.
Yeah, and while we're in town, and there's because I totally forgot about our original session tarot reading, is like we could ask at the Church of the Sun God about the pool blessed by the light of the white sun.
It's true. You could do that.
We're probably at the inn to begin with after Bella has gone off to help.
Oh yeah, I love. Can I just say?
Yeah,
I
do
love
it.
the idea of somebody showing up like the pristine white clothes with like silver embroidery and like a nicely turned down collar at the inn and asking for Bella, and everyone being like, "What the fuck is going on?" And being like, "This is the one communication allowed to the imprisoned." Blah blah blah. Like very formal, very barrister. Like very, you've been served with these legal papers. You know what I mean?
I 100%, if I can see this happening, I'm like, I think this is one of those phone scams.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to roll an insight check.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Okay, let me bop up my character sheet.
Yeah, no, this dude is like, this is like very not normal necessarily for this guy, but like, insight is like trying to get a read on them, right? Like how they feel about the situation, like whether they're bullshitting or not.
Yeah, then their intentions, sort of.
And like, nah, this is like, this guy's kind of pissed that he had to come so far out. You know what I mean? Like, but no, it's one of those things that's like, uh I think like if you ask to see the letter, it's like Nikolai Watcher held on this date for these charges, and it's like tax evasion, like fucking falsely claiming to be deceased, like
Oh my god.
uh yeah, like very obviously these are weird legal complications from him being dead for a year.
That's really funny.
that
I think
he
Anna's just cackling,
that he
just
absolutely
laughing.
did not anticipate. I think that the guy though is like way better off looking than most of the people in this town, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. Just like
Yeah.
looks healthier. Like doesn't have the dark circles under his eyes, is wearing like very nice clothing. Like prim and proper the way he's standing and speaking.
Mhm.
Like I think like white gloves, white suit jacket, like a silver shirt underneath with like a red tie.
Fancy.
Yeah, like nice looking dude, I want to say.
That man would hand you a towel at the fanciest orgy.
Yeah. Do you get orgy towels?
You don't?
I've never been to an orgy. I'm gonna level with you right here, right now. Just put all my cards on the table. Never been to an orgy.
Okay, well,
What's are the towels warm?
only if it's a good orgy. Personally, actually, no towels, but pizza.
I wouldn't want to fuck with pizza involved. I think
No,
that's
that's
too
when you need
greasy
a
of a.
break.
I think it's too greasy of a food.
Yeah,
Pizza's
but look,
like after you're spent. Pizza's like
there's
later.
yeah, well,
After you're spent.
it's for the break time. You need a break after a couple hours, so you
I love the concept
rotation.
of you being able to tell who hasn't been washing their hands properly because they have fucking pizza grease on them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like an
Yeah,
identifier. Like, no,
yeah.
you can't. I am not letting you touch me until you go wash your hands for at least 2 minutes.
Hold on. Let me. No, this is too blue for Twitch.
All right, let's mute real quick. That was fucking vile. You're absolutely right. That should not have been on twitch.tv.
Yeah, I
Let
warned you.
let it be known that for everyone involved, I also was about as vile as Jules in that, so it's not just
Yes.
on them.
See.
It's true.
But yeah,
Rip
I think
to
Anna
the
sees this
orgy.
person and lets them do their thing, and then just kind of like looks over and is like, "You wouldn't happen to live near a pool blessed by sunlight, would you? You're from Kresik, I'm assuming."
I think he like looks down his nose at you as like, oh, actually, give me a persuasion check before I have him
Yeah.
just be a dick out of nowhere.
I mean,
But
also it's
still,
funny of him looking down his nose
And also looking up.
and looking up. 11.
um, yeah, I think that he just says like, tourism is not my duty, and then like snaps his
Ooh.
little folder closed, puts it under his arm, turns around, and walks out.
I think Skria sighs and is like, we're getting too involved in local politics.
Told him not to die. I didn't expect that to be the problem.
I know, I just feel like we came here for a purpose and we keep getting tangled up in these little squabbles.
I'd just like to say that in my brain, Bella has already turned into a shadow form, is in the loft, and is now like going to pack stuff really quick.
Pack and get ready. Yeah, I'm assuming. I think he might like read the fucking list of charges. It's incredibly petty things. It's like there's the tax evasion and the false proclamation of being dead or not properly registering a return to life, I think is what it says.
My God.
Um and then it's things like consorting, attempted bribery of an official, like attempting to secure travel papers for non-residents. And like next to each is like, and it's not a lot of money, but the kinds of crimes that these things are very like isolationist kind of.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, I think definitely if it has charges, especially that are related to us, there's no way Bella's not going to go help.
absolutely.
Because we sent him ahead to get us passage into the city, and now he's in jail partially for that.
Yeah.
So, no way is Bella not going. I just wanted to make sure my boy wasn't getting scammed.
It'd be. I love the idea that Nick goes to Kresik and then runs a scam on you guys. Like he goes to Kresik and then he's like, "Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna trick them into paying fake legal fees."
Well, I
Funny.
wouldn't say that's before I even knew it was about Nikolai. So
Oh,
it doesn't
that's
have to be
fair.
Nikolai's scam. It's just a guy showed up with a clipboard and was
Yeah.
like, "You owe me money." Like, are you sure?
So every fancily dressed person that we have seen has been a vampire. Like besides
Yeah.
Bella or like obviously the Vistani with actual colors, but like well dressed, crisp, like well tailored outfits, vampire. And so like we're just sitting here like, excuse you?
Did you try detect
Yeah, I
Vampire.
think Anna will cast it. That's worth a spell slot for the day.
uh this dude is a celestial.
Oh shit.
What?
Yeah. What's up?
Detect evil and good. He's a celeste. Oh wow.
This guy
Okay.
is a celestial.
Interesting. I think
Kind of.
as he's like has turned to leave in Celestial, Anna's gonna just be like, wasn't worth being a dick about. Have a safe travel. Like, and then just go back to whatever she was doing.
That's a very. Do you speak celestial now?
Yes, I thought I could. Oh, I don't. Never mind.
Oh,
I was gonna
I
say
do,
we've
but-
had this conversation before. You speak infernal and abyssal, which Skrios does
Got
not
it.
speak, and Skrios
Yeah.
speaks celestial, which you do not speak.
Not abyssal, just infernal.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
could only have one. Eventually, I'd like to learn Celestial. We'll work on that. I know it takes a while, but never mind. In that case, Anna's will just say a normal. I mean, it wasn't worth being a dick about.
I think like doesn't even make eye contact with you. Like doesn't acknowledge you in any way after you've traded that first conversation. Just like crisp, clean steps out. You can hear the heel of his like well polished white leather shoes clicking on the floorboards.
I'm gonna have to watch Good Omens for the first time after we finish with this because I feel like that's gonna be all the Celestials we're dealing with is their perception of heaven, which I love, by the way. Don't get me wrong, but
I guess as an aside, this is morning now, and so we've taken a long rest,
Yes.
and so I got to do my nighttime.
Oh yeah, your nighttime rolls. Give me the
My
wheel.
night-
Give me
night-
the whoa. Give me the wheel roll and
So we got wheels today,
nice.
wheel my
and
soul.
we got what is it? A D6 for my 1D6 for my juice.
Yep,
Oh,
that
that's a
sounds
one.
right. That does sound correct.
You used a lot of it. It's got to recharge.
Yeah.
You're back up to like
That's
5 or 6
fine.
charges, right?
7.
7.
Oh, nice.
Wowzers.
Yeah. But I gotta so I gotta fix my spell loadout too, which is I'll just quietly do that while we.
Yep. While you do that, I think Anna's gonna ask Danica about the Mad Dog's Crypt if she's ever heard of that.
I think she makes a face when you say it and takes you aside to like talk to you more quietly.
Oops.
Danica tells you that the Mad Dog was a general in Strahd's army back in the day
Oof.
who led a bunch of like really aggressive actions when he was first conquering the country and is like still infamous for it. That people don't know where he was buried, but you could assume it's somewhere like important to Strahd.
Okay. Well, that seems like a might be in the basement of the castle type deal. Well, I appreciate it. I hadn't heard of anyone, so I don't want to. I mean, it makes me feel better about desecrating a gravesite if he was an asshole, at the very least.
I think she laughed at that.
You wouldn't happen to know if Kresik has a place with a pool blessed by sunlight? You know, we've
uh,
got some very vague fortunes that might as well look into.
I think she takes a second and she um you guys did solve the wine issue.
We
Uh
did.
so I
Mhm.
think that you we should also play that one out, but
Oh yes.
sorry, I think I'm getting sick. My stomach was upset earlier and I'm like really nasty.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've been muting to clear my throat occasionally as well.
Yeah, I might
'Tis
make
the
myself
season.
some tea at some point, but that's fine for now. Um I think that she will nod and um she says, I believe that the Abbey of St. Markovia has a pool blessed by the sun. Um, it's run by the abbot, um, a man who is very solitary. Um, and a lot of people who enter Kresik tend not to come back. And whether that's because they've chosen to live there or um, they disappear, it's hard for me to say.
Well, um, that makes me a little nervous about the fact that Bella is gallivanting off there shortly. But good to know. We'll end up there eventually because if they touch a single hair on Bella's head, I will come and kick their ass so hard that they see the Night Mother. So,
Yes, me as well.
I think she'll nod once and tell you that Erwin wanted to talk to you guys about something. Um, I think Erwin wanted to talk to you specifically, Anna, about something because
oh, okay,
still is a little bit
right.
not
Yeah, it's
angry
fine.
at not angry at. I want to be very clear, not angry at or thinks that you're a bad person. Just mistrustful of a little bit.
Understandable. Yeah, completely
Skrios.
understandable.
It's like
Um,
that one relative who has fallen for Facebook scams of the past. So you do ask them to confirm it's them before you click on a link.
yeah.
You just
I
being
didn't join an
cautious.
MLM.
Yes, a mlum.
I mean, you
I
kind of
am
did
an
with a
MLM.
different
That
kind.
doesn't mean I
Exactly.
joined one.
It's very funny. I am an LLM.
MLM.
Classic
Mullen.
millennials.
Milnir.
Millennials.
You're just Milnir.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, but fucking yeah. Uh, we'll take you into a side room. I guess you're already in a side room because you were talking. I
Yeah,
guess you're. I bet you're in the kitchen with Donica and Erwin at this point.
probably.
And Erwin's like, uh, you've proven yourselves, and I want to extend this offer in good faith. If you'd like to join our organization and receive the blessing of the Night Mother, uh, let me know, and we will teach you how to control the impulses and urges that come with becoming a were-raven
I
and initiate you. And this is open to your whole party. It's just if we're going, we would like to make sure that we guarantee there are no scrying devices or that if we do this, that Skrios is not currently carrying anything that came from the castle or being watched.
Oh
yes.
yeah, I'm 100% being scried. Yeah.
I think Kana is going to share that. Yes, we have been specifically scryed upon by the Lord of this land as a
Mhm.
form of entertainment, I believe. So that is wise. I will pass it along. I do want to say, and I understand your reservation with Skrios, but Skrios was instrumental in making sure that everything got back to normal and in handling the druids. So,
Mhm. Uh,
out of everyone, he deserves that acknowledgement. But I understand.
I don't I don't think that Skrios is a bad person or a person who would hurt us. I just worry about information security.
Yes, no, that is totally understandable, but I also wanted to make sure that credit is given where credit is due because we
Absolutely.
handled that without blood. Well, okay, with bloodshed, but not by killing them, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
It's complicated, but it was a peaceable solution, and a large portion of that was due to Skrios.
I think he'll nod at that, and thank you for letting him know.
Of course.
He'll
We will also be keeping an eye out for the other gems that might assist the family farm. We're not sure where they are fully, but we're gonna look.
I think he takes a moment at that, and I think he like gives you a little half bow and thanks you. He says that means a lot to me and my family. It's it's one of the few joys that we can give to this land.
I was gonna smile a little and be like, as one of our dear allies, and I would consider close friends, hopefully. At least you would consider us friends of yours. It is. I am happy to be able to fix that if we can, and help.
I think nods once. I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do you think Bella would ride Hazelnut or Bonbon?
Ooh,
Bonbon.
yeah.
Bonbon. You think so? You guys think that you like walk out? You're like, all right, let's get the cart ready, let's go, and you see Bella just like. What do you think the vibe is? Do you think Bella like comes and gives you guys a hug and tells you he's headed out? I love the idea.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. Go ahead. I was just thinking, yes, absolutely. Like he's definitely gonna come tell us that he's leaving.
Yeah.
Um,
Love the idea of him going to the Lady Watcher and being like, your husband got arrested and I need money to get him out of jail. Is very funny to me. I wonder if it's one of those things where like he has money on him to pay the fines, but it got confiscated and now they won't release it to him until he has somebody to like come like vouch.
No,
And
what
it's
happened was he used to have the money on him, and then he bought the horse.
oh yeah, exactly.
That's got to be in the it well, he didn't write the letter, but if he wrote a message to Bella, it would be like,
Yeah.
by the way, or maybe he doesn't even need to tell him, but Bella would be like, so what's happened to the horse whose name I forgot?
I've also forgotten it. I think it was also a food thing.
Another nut. Yeah.
Chestnut?
Chestnut.
Chestnut.
Yeah.
But what happened to Chestnut? Is Chestnut in jail too?
Love the idea of Celestials being indiscriminate enough to imprison a horse, but no.
Yes.
I don't think so.
I have met horses. They are capable of great evil. I believe that they can commit crimes.
We'll get you on the jury.
Okay, perfect. I think I'm biased. That's you don't want that.
No, that's exactly it's perfect.
Oh god. But I think Anna will in private. We'll convey this in private to Skrios in like the room or somewhere. Just the offer and the information. Or in the tavern. I'm assuming this is before hours, so
Yes.
probably fine. But just in like whispered tones, and we'll bring it up to Bella later after Bella gets back, because the last thing we want is Bella becoming a were-raven and then immediately running off somewhere.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I think about Bella, it's that he needs to be more impulsive and attracted to shiny objects.
Oh god. But already is. Already is. You seen
I
Spears?
have got to get shinier.
You're already shiny.
Sometimes. Well, I guess all the time. Sometimes I'm shinier than other times.
And then we wanted to go to the church. Right? Or, well, actually, we found out about the pool, so.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
for
so
more
we don't need to.
if you wanted like more information on the Abbey of St. Markovia, you could probably go to the church. But if you're not super interested, then like we can get the Beres stuff started.
I think it's something that we would discuss when we're going to go to Krezhik to aid
Mhm.
Bella.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we need to get it before Beres. I think it's going to be a.
Yeah, one thing at a time.
Yeah.
So you guys understand what I'm doing here, right? Where Nikolai went, got arrested, wrote a letter for help. Bella's going with the same money and is going to get arrested and write you
Yes.
guys a letter for help, right?
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. I just want to make sure that was as clear
100%
as
aware.
possible.
I love that. I feel like the last couple of sessions, Skrios has started to get a feeling that's like, I don't. I know that I'm here and that the steps to completing my destiny are not going to be super clear, but every once in a while we get involved in a quest that just does not seem fucking relevant.
Yeah.
And he's like, I didn't come here to fuck around. I came here to kill a star.
Yep.
So, it's going to be really funny for him to like, he's starting to really feel this way and be like, I don't feel like I need to solve who becomes the fucking mayor. Like, and then Bella gets fucking, like not Victor, Nick gets arrested. And I'm like, he's been helpful to us, so I guess we should fix it, but that's kind of like not what we're here for. And then fucking Bella gets arrested.
I'm
Chris was
gonna
like, well, I have to fix that, but
I'm gonna clear it with Eric first, but I think it's a
yeah,
very funny way to get you guys over there.
it is very funny. Yeah, absolutely.
Proof.
But I'm glad we get to squeeze in some Anna backstory time, I assume.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
See?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Sorry, also, if I'm sniffling, I'm also coming down with a cold, so.
I got you guys sick through the internet.
You
You
gave
did.
me
No,
a computer virus.
Yeah, I did. I was about to make that joke.
Damn it. No, what happened is I had to give myself medication that sets my immune system to -10
You.
yesterday, so.
I'm so sorry.
Eh. I can
Where
use my
are you?
hands, so it's worth it.
It's fair. Where are you?
I'm so sorry.
Cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight.
Wanna put my tender nuts in a blender.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Well, I think I've got my spells decided.
Yeah. So I think Bella gives you both hugs. He says he'll be back. He just has to go pay a couple fines, then he'll be back probably before the end of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then rides off on Bon Bon, I think, with the blanket and the armor and the no weapon because he has his cool bracelet.
Mm-hmm.
I think Anna's gonna turn to Skrios and be like, 1 gold says that he gets arrested. What do you think?
I don't want to take that bet.
Okay.
I agree.
Anna's gonna turn to Crow and go, 1 gold says he gets arrested. And Crow is probably on the
Absolutely.
roof as a raven. Unless you had a different thought, but
Oh yeah. That works for me. I think comes down and like or just like nods once sharply saying, "Yeah, I'll take that."
excellent. But considering that Bella is kind of off doing a thing, would you be willing to check out the ruins of Beres with me? I've wanted to go down there, and the other thing I wanted to do was to go to the werewolves to talk about a ritual, but it hasn't really been long enough, and I don't want to dissolve into the equivalent of sea foam. So,
Is that a pressing concern?
Beres or just the
The
turning?
sea foam?
The statue of the Night Mother seems to like turning moonstone into powder and making
Oh, right.
it disappear. So I'm made out of primarily that. I'd love to commune, but I'm not self-destructive.
Excuse
So
me, I'm yawning. Sorry. Um, yeah, I'd be happy to accompany you.
I appreciate it.
Heck yeah.
What is it that you hope to find?
I
Well, we did talk before that your church might have been located there.
yes, history, the old ruins of the church that I failed to save. So nothing uplifting, of course, but
Well, perhaps it will help you remember.
exactly. And I mean, the more I remember, perhaps the more skills that I get that aid us, or at least the less quests that are on our little to-do list. So, you know, could be worth it.
Yeah, and we can hardly blow up the stars without Bella.
It's true.
It's very funny to me.
I think we should probably just leave the other mule behind unless we want to, because it doesn't look like the road to. Not that we're on that map anymore, but the road seems a bit rougher than wagon
Mhm.
travel, and we
Correct.
can't exactly really pull a wagon with only one as quickly. So
I'll go give Hazelnut like an apple, a carrot. I'll give Hazelnut a carrot, and then we can go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right. Time to split the party. And you know what that means.
What is? Uh oh oh oh! Bella.
hello,
I'll
Bella went away. Now we get a new icon. Anna icon.
hell yeah.
Bella behind bars.
Bella in jail. Bella went to jail. It was a scam.
Listen, it's not the Celestial's fault that Bella didn't know how to properly represent himself in a court of law. All right.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
What's
Remember that
up?
whole conversation they had about like the rules not being posted for a marketplace? That was foreshadowing.
Yeah. Free my bestie.
Free my boy.
Free my boyfriend.
I think Bella in the same cage or like the same jail cell as
The same
Nikolai.
cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More of a punishment to Nikolai than he could have ever imagined.
Also, I'm
It's
imagining like
also
they didn't take his weapons away; they just put him in jail. Like,
yeah. I also like the idea that maybe it's even the same fucking guy who has to
come
come get
back.
us tomorrow. Yeah, because he was so annoyed at having to go that far, and then he's like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, you're gonna send me to get the." I'm gonna be doing this all week, won't I?
Now,
So,
eventually, we'll run out of party members.
I think I'll tell Eric to do a couple of skill checks, and we'll see if he's in jail or just like waiting for Nikolai's stuff to get processed.
Gotcha.
I love him being like surprised. I love the idea that he could be surprisingly good.
Yeah. I also like the idea, either way, that he shows up and he does get arrested, but by the time we get there, he's broken the two of them out of jail. And he's like, "Hey guys, yeah, we got arrested, so we are kind of can't go back into town right now, but
We are fugitives from the law.
we are fugitives from the law, but it's nice to see that you came for us." Or he's like, "Yeah, I did get arrested and I talked myself out of it. And now it's fine, and they owe us money."
I got arrested, but crazy coincidence. I got arrested by a big snake.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
You never guess.
I gotta actually
I'm
use my
having
magic powers for once.
a I've
Everyone,
had a
magic
wild
powers?
Yeah, you got magic powers? What the fuck are you talking about? I know
Oh,
you
man.
can spit poison, but he's
Anyway.
only done that once. Maybe that was just
Love the idea that Skrios is convinced that Bella has like party tricks and is trying to convince
kinda,
people he's
right?
a wizard.
Like, a little, right? Because he doesn't cast spells in battle, and we've been hanging out for a while.
It's true. You guys have been hanging out for what, a week and a half now?
In Barovia,
Well,
it's half,
we've
but
been in Barovia for a week and a half. According to Bella, we've been adventuring together for a year,
Oh
or
wow.
we've been in traveling. Well, because when Casimir asked us how long we'd been together, Bella said that about a year we've been like on different caravans, but we haven't like not that we've been that close that whole time.
Right.
I thought it was gonna be closer to like 6 months. We hit up with a caravan.
I love the idea that you didn't notice Bella at first,
Yeah.
and Bella's noticed you this whole time.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me that Skrius was just so caught up in his own shit and he's like, "Yeah, I'm traveling with these people, but I don't have any connections to them. I'm just kind of like on my way somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
um making my holy celestial pilgrimage or whatever." And Bella was like, "Oh, that guy. Yeah, he joined up 2 months ago and I talk to him every day. I'm always the one who like invites him to share dinner around the fire with us, but Skrios just doesn't remember it because it wasn't notable to him." Which is a situation I've been in real life many times. Um, in high school, there was a girl who said she sat next to me in math class and she said hello to me every day, and I did not ever learn her name. And then one day she said hi to me, and my friend was there, and she's like, "Oh, who's?" I was like, "Hey, this girl says hi to me every single day, and I have no idea who she is." And my friend was like, "She sits next to you every day, and you talk to her every day. You've helped her with her homework." And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, I still don't know what her name is. I think it's weird that she keeps saying hi to me." So I think that was the, original Bella Skrios situation.
I hate that.
Skrios is just so caught up in his own shit that he didn't notice that they were traveling together for that long.
That's funny, but if I knew you, that would break my heart.
Sorry.
Can't help being a Leo, I guess.
Can't help being a Leo.
Um,
Anywho,
Anyway, let's go to Barra's.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna go towards Barris. I've already picked my spells for the day. I've probably picked the wrong ones, but
You
it's
guys should
fine.
That's
have
how I feel as well.
you guys should have control of the Ana token, so whenever you're ready.
Oh, I do, yeah. Whoop.
If you'd like to, you can.
I will, because no offense, but you're always late to moving the token.
Correct. I'm sorry. I'm halfway through a satin stitch embroidery.
I'm
My
not
brain.
mad about well, no, I'm not mad about it.
You're allowed to be mad about it.
I'm not mad about it. It doesn't matter. It's
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Shrinking into a corn cob.
yeah.
I also do think that Anna just doesn't notice that other people have moved very often. I think
That's
that is
so
just
fair.
canonically what I'm doing as well, where Anna's just like, right, you've changed position. I should do so as well. Unless it's like
Yeah.
combat, and then she's like painfully aware of where everybody is because healer. But like
Yeah.
in general, it's
No,
like, are you coming with us? Oh, sorry, I was still leaning mysteriously. Hold on.
yeah, I was just standing here. I'm literally just standing here, bro. No, it only bugs me if you're leading the group and we're in in a turn order. Otherwise, I care a little, but I don't really care, you know?
Fair. I will. Now that I can
I
actually lean forward, I shall do my best.
It's fine. Like, don't worry about it. It's just one of those petty, like, oh, if I look at the map, I want the token to be, but it doesn't.
Oh
It's
yeah.
okay.
So on your way there, it's a dilapidated dirt road. It's not well maintained by any means, but it's kind of one of those things where you notice that there are like little things left in like roadside almost shrines on your way down to
Mhm.
Barras. Um, there are like little like Anna, you know how your armor is made of like little porcelain shards?
Yeah.
You find like little shrines on your way down that are like hand carved. It's like a stack of stones, and then on top of the stones is like a little wooden dome with like a moon symbol carved into it, and inside of that are a few of those porcelain shards. Um, and it's like every let's say like 100 feet or something like that. There's another one of them.
I mean, I've got some porcelain shards from earlier on,
Yeah.
so I'm probably gonna leave some in it too. But just be kind of like, okay, well, that's interesting.
I
Oh,
so go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Um, the road here is you said it's like a dilapidated dirt road, right?
Yeah. It's
Did
not.
it look like it used to be a better road?
Yes.
Okay.
It's also one of those things where it's not overgrown, but it's also not kept up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So like somebody has been like clearing the plants and stuff from this, but it's not like it gets enough traffic to be like a hard packed merchant road.
Yeah.
It's more of a footpath than like a road. Um, yeah, I think that as you approach the town, you see. Let's see if there is a actual Beres. There should be, if I'm not mistaken. Play mat.
Ooh. There's like nothing here.
No.
Yeah.
This was fucking 9 houses and a graveyard.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that you come up on this, and this was all like church structure and people who lived in the church. You know what I mean? Like, pretty much the whole way through. It was just like, there are like the houses where people lived and worked from and like studied in or whatever. And then the slightly larger building is just like a completely ruined, like almost nothing left. I think the ground here is like swampy and wet. That it is like overgrown with plants. But again, there is like a single path that has been cut through that the road follows. And I think there are some more of those little shrines and yeah. Let's get your characters on the map.
Can I use maybe a perception or a survival to look for tracks? Because if it's been maintained,
Yeah.
like I want to see if, I don't know, there's evidence of the person maintaining it.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a I think survival makes sense in this case. Yeah. You see tracks leading off into a small like let me actually look at the map of Barovia to make sure this makes sense. I think you see tracks that are headed from the main path that you guys took west up a hill, basically.
Okay.
Beres is at like the foot of a big hill and also on the other side a big river. But yeah.
Well, I'm gonna point them out to Anna and say like the steward of this land may still be just up there.
Well, then we should. Anna's just going to kind of look around and be like, we should check that out first, I suppose, and then head towards the church ruins.
Sure.
Because I do want to, explore what I can here. But
absolutely.
So you said to the west? Is it like this hill? Is it?
Oh
just
no, it's
up
like
that hill.
It's like up further. Sorry, it's like outside of town a little bit.
Okay.
So like
Then
it
we'll
makes
go there
sense that
first.
if you're in town, to like search in town first. You know.
Okay, it's a ways. Okay.
All right. Then we'll set that as we'll set our side marker for that quest and go look at town.
Yeah.
I can't move my guy.
Yeah, same.
You can't move Skrios?
Can't
Why
move
does
my
it
guy.
do this? I dragged you from the character sheet. It should import from the character sheet. Like
it doesn't love me.
Yeah.
I can move this one.
Wait. Did you make one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I make one?
Make your own.
Yeah. You can just drag it from your character. Just so
oh my
go to
God!
your,
Whoa!
Yep, there we go.
Fuck you.
I didn't know Roll20 could do that.
Yeah. I think if I give you guys access to one, you can do that. Please don't make 30 Skrios unless there's a reason to make 30 Skrios.
Aww. Okay.
I remember double Skrios. I remember you moving Skrios around to try and stop me from deleting the second Skrios.
Yeah, one of the Skrioses has a secret P, a little ball in a cup, and you gotta scramble them up, and then guess which one has the.
Is the real Skrios?
Yeah.
When you said a little P, I was like, that's a weird thing.
No,
yeah, I was very confused until
tiny.
I.
No, like a ball in a cup.
Not PP tiny. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, PP tiny. Remember that?
No.
PP tiny.
The fuck are you talking about?
Sarah posted a meme of these Valentine's Day like
Oh yeah, the
popsicles or
candies.
something,
Yeah.
and they said Happy Valentine's Day, but the way it was split up was it was like
Teeny
they
tiny.
were vertically sliced into different popsicles, but the writing was horizontal. So the second last one said "pee tiny," and the last one said "yes," and then a heart.
Oh, what a great. I would love that. If somebody could get me the PP Tiny Valentine's Day popsicle, please do.
Yeah, yeah,
I will keep
Uh,
that in mind.
pee tiny.
All right. Yeah, we're just. I think we'll go towards the. Might as well make a loop of it, right? So
yeah.
go towards the ruins up on the top of the hill first, make our way down, and then.
Well, does it
Right?
seem
Oh,
relatively safe?
yeah, that is the thing. What are we
Oh,
looking at?
yeah. What do you mean?
Can I
Does
do
it?
a perception check to see if there are any, like, I don't know, signs of wildlife we should be worried about? I know it's boggy, but
Um,
Yeah,
is
just
it
like does it seem? It seems like empty. There's not like, oh, there's a fucking scarecrow that's actually a dead guy.
as far as you can see, no.
Okay, well then why don't we? It's not that far across, so why don't we just each take one side of it and have a look around?
Oh, one square
Right.
here is 100 feet apparently.
Oh,
Oh
Lord, never
Jesus
mind.
Christ! Well, okay, then I'll stick with Anna. Yeah, let's go
All
this
right.
way.
Yeah,
So when I
please.
said these were small buildings earlier, I meant very big buildings.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that. They're like
Oh, that
each
means
a
we're very
parish.
big as well.
That's
It's
fine.
okay. Otherwise, I will not see anything.
Yeah. Oh, Farah's found it.
Yeah, this
Area
is
A.
the loading screen. You guys just triggered the
Oh, is there a
you
tip? A
you
play
got
play tip?
you got 20 experience or
Nice.
whatever, and it was like new area discovered.
Cool.
Barrows. So you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
are
gonna
gonna
look in
have
this.
to now you have to climb the church spire so that you can like attune to it
Of
Oh,
course.
and
we
get
can
all the
fast travel.
yeah.
What's in this house? What are these
Ooh,
squares? Chimney?
I think so. Um, there is the huge river over to the east. I think it's very foggy here.
There's fog on the map.
Yeah, exactly. Um, they're kind of like these buildings are kind of half sunk into the ground. Um, I think that as you walk in though, there are um like alcoves where uh built into these alcoves are sorry. I think that you find like scorch marks on the wall
Hmm.
um that are like vaguely in the shape of a statue. Um and it's been somewhat cleaned up a little bit. Um but I think that rather than like fully scrape it away, in the very center of the scorch mark is like a little crescent moon symbol has been like chipped away out of the stone. So it's like dark kind of outline, and then like in the very center is the little crescent moon. Uh, the
Well,
little the
that's not
little
foreboding at all.
box looking thing I think is a chimney that was in the center.
Okay.
Um,
Um,
there are like shelves on either side of the walls that are uh have more of those little fragmented bits of porcelain. And I think
and
that's what's in here.
Anna, do you recognize this?
Uh, Not really, other than the statues that we saw along the way. It looks like, uh, I mean, it slightly reminds me of a part of a story that I've read about the origins of this land, where they had kind of a mosaic like this, but that doesn't help much. It looks like kind of the rest of the Guardian stuff that we've seen. Moon symbol is slightly different, but
Okay, well, I'm gonna just keep kind of doing a wander.
Yeah.
yeah, I think we're just gonna.
Um, I think in this one there is uh, uh, a severed head that looks just like Anna.
Oh, fun.
Oh
That is
God.
like up on a shelf with a couple of like half melted candles and a couple of those porcelain shards laid out like an offering.
The Gata looks a little green around the gills at that.
Can I tell how long it's been here? Does it
Yeah,
is it clean? Has it been is it dusty?
I think it's clean. I don't think that the
Like,
candles were like it. Sorry, do you go up and touch it?
Yeah.
I think you remember when you were holding Anna's core
Yeah.
and you got that little like message in your head like, can I share your vision?
Yeah.
I think you get like a very similar kind of thing here.
What does it say?
I think same thing. Like, can I share your vision? Like, yes, no,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
You can you make a Constitution save for me?
That's so funny. Sure.
oh no.
Yeah. Can you take? You're gonna take 2 psychic damage
Okay.
as a horrible jumble of images overwhelms you.
Okay.
And it's one of those things where like you were like, all right, it's gonna see out of my eyes, and you get this like horrible shooting pain like behind your eyes, almost like the beginnings of a migraine.
Yeah.
And then you see a man, you see Strahd, right? You see
Uh,
Strahd fucking arms just covered in blood up to his shoulders, head tipped back, screaming, "Where is she? Stop hiding her from me!" as he like rips somebody in half and then
oh my
throws a
God.
fireball forward.
Okay, Skrios lets go of the head and I think stumbles back and kind of shouts and grabs his head.
Anna's gonna be over immediately. Like, what happened? What did it do? Are you,
I think I saw Strahd destroying the temple.
um, Anna's
He
gonna
was
look over and
looking for someone.
assuming me.
A
Gonna make
woman.
Oh, fuck. Anna's gonna like look at the head and be like, I think it's a bad idea if I touch it as well, but I really want to. I'm not going to.
You're not going to?
Okay, I am.
Heartbreaking.
You wanna
I'm
see it.
touching it. I am touching the head.
Yeah. Oh no, when you touch the head, I think it's very similar. You see, I think you get a little bit more though because you are you. I
Yep.
will have you make a Constitution save as well.
All right. 13.
Alrighty. I think a 13 will make it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. But you see again the same kind of thing that Scrio saw, except it's not as jarring for you. Whether that's because you were expecting it going in or because you are also one of these guardians, you're not 100% sure. But I think Strahd, like, after, like, again, lifts a person up directly over his head, grabs, like, shoulder and hip, and just rips and lets them
Ugh.
fall to the ground in half. Like,
Ugh.
and then, like, walks up to the thing and is like, what does he say? Is like so many mockeries, but nothing real. And then just fucking like again launches a fireball forward and like detonates it. As the and you can like you get the strange and disorienting experience of like falling to the ground as a severed head as you see
Yep.
him like begin to walk away.
I think Anna's gonna come out of it and again look rather nauseous at the whole thing and be like, oh, okay, that's looking for something that was a genuine article. Hmm. This is, I expected creepy, but geez. Are you all right? Do you need healing after that? That wasn't
Fine. It was more shocking than painful.
good. Well, I guess whatever is here is venerating these, which I I can't fault them for, I guess, if it the whole thing we've heard about the Guardians, but this seems rather too close to my likeness for comfort.
I
Compared
agree. At least if we, well, when we go to speak to this person, they may be more open to speaking with you.
that is fair, or may try to turn me into and kind of like gestures towards the shrine. So we'll see.
Found maybe that's all they could salvage.
That's true. I mean, they seem to be collecting the chips of porcelain, and that's not much at all. So this is probably masterful find. Air quotes around that.
Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of sigh and like shake my head, try to shake it off, and check the next.
Yeah. I think the next one you find a like against the back wall like a masterfully done huge portrait of the night sky. Um and like it's low, if that makes sense. Somebody was like laying on their stomach to paint this because there's like a foot and a half of wall. You know what I mean? It's like
Mm.
mostly open. You could probably, I mean, whatever. You probably could have seen it from the other room, but it's fine.
It's fine. We were a little preoccupied.
They
Yeah,
don't really seem connected. Like between the rooms, they kind of seem fully walled off.
yeah, yeah. I think that it's like there. I think it's Dragon Age ruins, if that makes sense.
Oh,
Where
right.
like
Okay, so they're not full walls anymore.
by any means, it would make sense that you could see the thing in the next room over, but you don't actually get the interaction prompt until you've walked in there.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, against the back wall, I think you see um a portrait, a landscape painting rather. And it's like just a beautiful night sky. I think there are stars in it. It's very realistic. You see the moon just coming up over the trees, and everything is like calm and peaceful. Um,
I try to tell where it was painted based on the position of the stars.
yeah, go for it.
Okay. What do I do? What skill is that?
That sounds like a nature check to me, right? Where
Yeah.
Okay.
like it could be nature, it could be investigation. That sounds like something that would be like pure a good intelligence based. Let's say survival or investigation, because survival is like navigating in the wilds, and that requires star
Yeah.
positioning, and
Yeah.
investigation is like putting clues together to form conclusions.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna pick survival because my investigation is shit. But
Yeah.
can I have advantage because it's the shit I do all the time? You don't have to say yes.
Sorry, I was taking a sip of a drink. Um, yeah. How about this? If you want to make a quick guess, no. If you want to spend like 10 minutes consulting your star charts, yes.
Nowhere else to be, as far as On is concerned. So take your time.
I mean, we're here to investigate, and we don't have a timer, so or at least maybe not one that we're aware of. So,
Like,
I'll turn to Anna and be like, "I'd like to investigate this for a moment. So if you'd like to look around, feel free."
I will probably actually, while you do that, and Anna kind of takes out a small notebook with the paints. I might just paint it myself. So on in my own records.
Oh,
So
a copy. Yeah, cool.
yeah, exactly. Maybe not as well done, but spend the time. So
Oh, love to see it. Love to see it go
Glad
from
I
a 9 to a 25.
yeah. Glad I took the 10 minutes.
Yeah, me too. Um, absolutely incredible. Yeah, give me 1 second. I think that you can kind of triangulate it from the start positions. It's somebody who was up on the top of that hill next to the ruins, or
Mhm.
somewhere similar, right? But looking east, I think, over the trees. If you had to guess, it's probably from about where that Paladin Revenant Knight Order was that you heard about. Q on the map.
all
Okay.
right.
I'm gonna have to pull up a separate tab with the fucking map of Barovia on it
Yeah, I might be able to make it
because
into a handout for you guys, but I'm not sure. We'll talk about it later.
It's fine because it exists. Um, I can it's a common. I can just Google. I'm gonna take off this 4 players though because it doesn't have the letters on it, and you referenced a letter. Why is it so fucking small? By Q, you said?
Yes.
So it's north of here.
Yes, not terribly far.
Okay.
In that area, it's hard to like directly pinpoint. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't be able to get it within like feet, but you can get it within
Yeah.
like that block. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and considering how high you rolled, excellent job. Jeez.
Thank you. Well then I'm gonna make a note on. Well, I guess I don't really keep a map, do I? I don't have a cartography map like Bella does. I would ask normally I would just say ask Bella to note his map because I think he has the party's Barovia map.
I think that's
Yeah.
correct.
I have
think
a
Anna-
star map, but
I think Anna has like a rough like this is in this direction, but it is very much like if you were just like I don't know, you know those tourist handout maps that you could get at like restaurants. I think it's one of those where it's like this area is here. These are not drawn to scale. Please don't like.
Mhm. Yeah, don't navigate by this. It's just kind of a Disneyland map.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah, is that the only thing of note in this room? Is just the mural on the back?
Yep, in this room. Yep,
Cool. And it's like just regular paint?
just regular paint, as far as you can tell. It's very nicely done. The colors are like very vivid. It's one of those things that it's like, whoever did this obviously put a lot of time and work into it. You know.
Okay. Well, I guess I know you're still kind of right next to me because you're copying it, right?
Yeah.
Well, then when I finish consulting my charts, whatever, I'll just tell you like the artist lives to the north of here.
That's good to know. Thank you for figuring that out.
Or at least that was the reference point for painting it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like our artist created this to the north of here, whatever, right? Like the scene is.
The scene is from there. All right.
Mhm.
Well, we can go towards whatever this red.
This fucking thing, sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
red.
that's supposed to be Baba Yaga's hut.
Oh, okay. Never mind. If it's not there.
No, I think it can. I think so. I think there's like a small hut there. I think that's correct. Like a small shack, basically. It's in better repair than anything else here. Not like a cabin, basically. Like
Right.
probably like a 2-room cabin. It looks to be in better repair than anything else here. It's propped up on stilts to keep it kind of out of the marshy water. The door
Yeah, all these
is
other buildings are fucking huge.
yeah. I think the door is like shut. Uh there's not much decoration. It looks like just kind of like plain wooden boards.
All right.
Well, should we finish touring the grounds before we see if anyone's inside?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Anna might knock on the door to see if there's someone here, but not
Okay.
gonna like force entry, you know.
Uh I think you knock on the door and it like swings open like a half inch.
Okay. Well, that's
Nobody
almost an
answers.
invitation. I'm peeking.
I think in the back of this place there is just like body parts, not human body parts, but body parts of other things like you, Anna, other
Okay.
guardians. And like tools and tools and tools. Artificer's tools, um clay and like piles of moonstone and amber. Um and a significantly smaller like pile of iron. There's like a work table that
Hmm.
has like a arm on it that has been like you can tell that like from the elbow up is new construction.
Interesting.
Uh Important thing, every single head that you see is exactly the same as yours.
Lovely
That's so fucking weird.
and terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of pull the door just back closed and look at Squares and be like, "We come back to this later. They're building me several times over. So
Understood.
that's something that will be dealt with eventually. Not, not maybe not stopped, but questioned. Good
Per
lord,
you were made here?
I might have been. Would make sense. But it's interesting that the construction still goes when Ezek is not here. I know that he was an assistant, at least.
Maybe it doesn't. I've only met one of you, and none of these seem animate.
Fair. Maybe it's attempting. Well, if we could either go, I'm assuming that's a graveyard up there, or we could loop back
Mhm.
through these houses that are near here and then tackle the graveyard. Because I have a feeling, knowing how Barovia is, and this is definitely Anna in character, being like, knowing how Barovia is, there's going to be undead in that graveyard. So maybe we check the other houses.
Sounds good.
Right.
um, yeah,
Okay.
Heading towards
Well,
the other houses.
absolutely. Um, I think in this one, it's a bunch of like small perfumed bags
Hmm.
that are kind of like hanging on again the low walls that are still here. Um, and there's something about this place, this room in particular, that gives you like a good vibe. Like, like it's okay to relax here. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's the vibe. That's the first impression that you get, and then you're like,
mhm.
man, why do I feel that way? You know?
Yeah. Can I see what the 11 secret herbs and spices are?
Yeah. I think you open it up, and it's a bunch of religious incense.
Mm.
Um, and in the like very center of each one is a little piece of moonstone.
Mhm.
And it's like you open it up, and can you give me a religion check actually? And Anna,
E-
you can give me one too.
All right.
Yeah.
like the same.
Um, yeah, I don't think it's particularly difficult to understand what's going on here. Um, I think that like uh this is a place that has been consecrated. You can't tell the like meaning behind like the different composition. You notice that each little satchel has its own different compositions on there.
Mhm.
And that there are like, let's say like 12 or 13 of them. Um let's say 13. I like the number 13. Um and there's something about all of them being together in that way, like the specific arrangement that is good and aesthetically pleasing and makes you want to relax a little bit.
Mhm.
Okay.
But like when you take them off the wall, or if you change the order up at all, you that feeling like notably lessens.
Well, I'll put them back the way they were.
Then that feeling notably returns.
Oh, okay. Well, at least we've got. I mean, not saying that I intend for us to rest here, but there's somewhere that's probably safer. But it is
Ah,
notable consecrated a spot, which makes me feel like there are things that are not consecrated around here that we have to deal with.
so that was a shared experience.
Yes, it wasn't just you.
Okay.
Um, I think the next room over, there is a bunch of red and yellow ribbons on a model city, if that makes
Oh,
sense.
Mhm.
yeah.
And then a small figure, like a tiny like you know those drawing those anatomical like the figure dolls that you have
Yeah, the
for.
wood dolls you pose.
Yeah, I think one of those is like posed running away from the city, carrying something in its arms.
Oh, that's Anna.
Anna's literally gonna like touch that and be like, "That's me," and that's fire falling from the city with the ribbons. That's me.
Um, and again, it's like it's this is like a little diorama piece. This is like this is very like kids' first art project. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not first art
Um,
project necessarily, but You get what I'm saying?
But it's not like a skilled craftsman.
It's not like the person who did that painting, you know?
Right.
Yeah. And this stuff all still looks newer
Yeah.
or well kept.
Yep.
Okay.
I think in this room there are just names on the walls. Just like hundreds of names that are carved into it. Anna, you recognize a few of these from the church.
Yeah, Anna's gonna sit down and start writing them down. There's no like these are getting noted, you know?
Yeah.
And not that we need a list of 100 names, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Where Anna's like, no, I'm not
Somebody
forgetting this.
somebody made a memorial here.
Yeah.
And I think again, just like very careful calligraphy on the walls. And like carved into the walls, but again, like obviously somebody wrote it out first, you know, and then like very carefully carved them into the walls here.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to me like someone was trying to commemorate this place.
That seems correct.
Yeah. It's the impression I'm getting. I'm going to make the assumption that the person I got out lived at least long enough to tell a story, because otherwise there's no way.
You don't believe anyone else would have taken an interest in this place?
They might have. I'm not saying they wouldn't have, especially if, say, they were responsible for creating me or others like me, but I I don't know. It
Would
seems so particular.
would they still be alive? How long
I
ago did this happen?
I don't know, but I feel like a very long time ago by the date of everything here. These walls, I'm assuming, were not always like this.
Correct. This place was once a nice. I mean, you can remember what you'd like to remember, I think, about the church
Yeah.
at this point. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any. I don't have your whole backstory here written. I
Yeah.
think that you do remember there being like not other versions of you, right? Because the other ones never talked to anyone. They never like listened. You never saw them like moving or reacting. They just stood there like statues. And you also were a statue. And so but you internalize things, you know, like if somebody did you move when people talked to you? Like if somebody gave a sermon at you, did you like perk up?
Probably. There was probably like a slight tilt, but it wasn't like I'd moved a ton, but anybody watching would probably have been like, that one shifted, you
Right.
know?
Exactly. And to contrast that, none of the other ones did.
Yeah. I It's not like I walked around this place, but I could see things. There were trees, there were gardens, there were people growing things for their food, there were weavers. It had a life to it, and it doesn't seem to have it now. And I feel like that was a long, long time ago. And it was all burned away by Strahd because he was in a mood, I feel. Or he was looking for me. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not exactly fond of his obsession.
it's interesting. I say with disgust. Like,
Interesting in the same way that you would look at a decaying fruit, yes.
but then it isn't very likely that whoever's maintaining this now is the person that you saved.
No, unless they. I don't
Perhaps a
believe.
descendant.
Yeah, I don't believe they were a long lived creature. They were just human. I mean, I don't think there were any night elves or dusk elves or anyone here. It just felt very human. I mean, other people I think probably came through, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah, sorry.
What's up?
So, sorry, I'm just their last conversation about the microaggressions, and it's like
Oh,
I'm just saying there just wasn't. It's not like we were a racially homogenous group on purpose. It's just that I don't think I've ever seen an elf before. No, I'm just kidding.
well, no, I think it was. I think timeline wise, the thing that Strahd did to try to wipe out the elves had happened already. So it wasn't like there was a. They were probably
I,
already hiding. Is the
I know.
impression that I got. But no, it
I
is
just-
very funny. Like, no, we were.
just because our mountain commune, just because our walled religious commune in the mountains is racially homogenous does not make it a race cult, okay?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just being funny.
Just because our just because our fucking walled commune in the Pacific Northwest is made entire. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, no. Yeah. The other thing I want to say is like, so I don't think they're still alive unless after they left, uh, like after you saved them, they could have turned into something else. But
I mean, yeah, I don't know. This is an odd land. If they're, it's interesting. It's interesting to see it passed down. It's, I know that it was a long time ago, but it's weird to see things that you remember because there's large gaps there. To see things you remember close by be so far away.
I think Skrios like nods and continues.
Yeah. We go into the next house.
Yeah, I think that there is like just like a stack of papers here. Um, that uh, it starts with something like um, what does it say? I think it's like a very academic. Somebody asked somebody to write 10 pages on how worshiping the moon is different than worshiping the Night Mother.
Right.
You know what I mean? Um, and so it starts like, when we worship the moon, we're not worshiping a deity in particular. We're worshiping like the sense of the warm night, of being like protected in the moonlight, of like secrets kept, and like a good night's rest, and that kind of thing. You know, Anna, I'm not 100% sure what. I feel like that's the vibe. You know, but I
Yeah.
don't want to speak
Yeah,
for your
it's
character.
no, yeah, I felt like the worshipping of the moon, even though I put the name Saloon on my sheet when I first started because of,
Yeah, I mean
traditional moon god. But I
that's
feel
totally
like
fine.
for Anna, it's the moon. It doesn't matter what you call it or who you associate with it. It's the moon. It's the feeling you get when you look up and there's a halo around the moon and it's a clear night and everything is quiet. It's kind of that
Yeah,
serenity, that kind of, but also that I don't know, freedom to not have to work during that time when the moon is up. You were resting, you were contemplating, all of that.
right. Absolutely. Makes sense to me. But yeah, just like a clear delineation that this is not like a church of the Night Mother, you know?
Right.
That this is a church that worshipped the moon, and like what the moon and the night means to them, and like uh the difference there, the distinction there, and how it like uh this isn't like somebody said something and got punished by having to write an essay on like, you know what I mean? But it is absolutely
It's
the kind of like, all right, I don't think you actually understand this. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
um, but you get the feeling from this, you get the feeling that there is like a community, there is like a learning, there is like a teacher and being taught kind of thing going on here, you know?
Yeah, it's not just somebody is not, it's not research notes necessarily. I mean, it is the product of research, but somebody is proving that they've learned this to somebody
Right.
else. It's not just
Exactly.
like these are my thoughts on the forgotten cult of, the moon or something like that.
Right. And it has been left here like an offering, you know?
Okay.
Or like maybe not an offering, but like maybe an offering. Like that's what it feels like to me. That's what makes the most
Okay.
sense to me.
Yeah. I think Anna's gonna respect that and leave it unless Rios is feeling otherwise. But
No, that's fine. I don't need to take it.
Um Sorry, give me like 1 second.
how dare you?
I know, right? Sorry, I didn't think that you guys would want a thing in every room. I should have known better.
You can say there's nothing in this room. That's okay.
It's cool if that's all we find. We don't have to
Yeah,
do
like
a
we're good.
Yeah, I
every
think
I
square
I,
inch.
I think more stuff like that, if that makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. And say a similar shrine and some more stuff on the like I have appreciated all of this, but it's not like, okay, we need another unique offering set here. We've already got
Mm-hmm.
so many wonderful stuff. Thank you, Mitch.
absolutely. But yeah, I think more similar kind of like not big dramatic, like all of the other churches that you've seen so far have had like the big dramatic kind of like the statues and the priests and the like everyone talks like they know what's going on. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I think that that's very much not the case here. It's very much like I think you get this from the funnily enough from like the students' writings. It's like at the end of the day, worshiping the night means what it means to you. Like
Yeah.
there's not like a doctrine there. We don't pray for to be heard by a god. We pray to like focus ourselves and give thanks for the blessing. You know.
Right, exactly. It's more like you're meditating on the sensation and less going like, please, moon, guide me. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, guidance from the moon, but not like you're not praying to something. It's kind of like what Skrios has mentioned about the Celestials, but more benevolent, I feel like, where it's like, no, we are just observing this purpose and less we're looking to you for
Yeah.
ultimate knowledge on humankind, you know.
I think there's like a thing that's like when we pray to the moon for a better world, we're not praying for her to make it a better world. We're praying that so that like we understand what we want, what we mean when we say a
Yeah.
better world, you know? To like focus ourselves and guide ourselves and find what we're asking for, what it would mean if that happened.
Yeah. I think if that's all we find in the rooms and stuff, and I'll be like, well, that's familiar and lovely to read. I have a feeling that things in the graveyard are going to try to kill us, but I still want to check it out. Maybe someone has made graves for those who were here. Don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's just what the writing is. But if you can't tell, Skrios, I'm putting off going to the church a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna let you go your own pace. I respect you, and the I'm just gonna. I think I'm walking very closely to Anna because this is the best way I know how to provide emotional support. Is just
Yep.
kind of stand nearby.
It's not
Skrios
a
is a
bad way.
cat. It's okay.
Yeah, like I'm here, and if there's something, I think I'll say this too. Like, if there's something that you want me to do in your stead, let me know.
I appreciate. I'll let you know. Perhaps if it comes to, I want to see the room that the hut over there a little bit more in detail. But I'm also it's a little terrifying to see bits of yourself that aren't you just lying around. So company for that would be appreciated.
Understood. Also, I guess that's what was in there, huh?
Yes. Oh no, Anna would have been like creation, like they're trying to make another one. But yes, there's every head looks like me is the big thing. The arms and the limbs are kind of reconstructed from other things and are interesting to look at as design concepts. But everything that looks like a face looks like me specifically.
If Bella were here, he would suggest it was um, residuals from the time loop.
It could be, and I'm a little terrified to think about that. But also, I'm not sold on his time loop idea. But if there are multiples of me in a time loop, that would be. I'd hate to admit that I was wrong.
Oh,
on that
I'm
one.
not sold on it either, and it feels good to say that.
Yes, no, I don't. I acknowledge it in Bella's presence because I adore Bella, but I am not sold that this is a time loop.
This is a cute moment for us. I like that.
Just sighing,
Oh,
God, thanks.
finally somebody said it.
I don't think it's a time loop.
I don't
Instead of
think
being like
it's a
gently,
time loop.
that's never been proven. That's our theory. Instead of
It's
being
a
like, oh my
theory.
God.
It's a theory that he has. It feels good to just say I don't think it's a time loop.
But yeah, I think we're gonna go over toward the graveyard if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool.
Yeah, I think that you see a bunch of just a bunch of graves light out. Anna, it is a much larger graveyard than you remember. If you ever saw it when you were here earlier.
I think probably. I mean,
I love the idea of them like moving you around once every like year or whatever.
would be funny. Just be like, we're gonna rotate the statues for different poses, and also just in I don't know, just in case they want
This
to see
one
different
moved.
things.
This one
This
moved.
one
I'm
moved. Let's
telling
show
you,
it
this
around.
one moved.
Them being like, no, totally. And then there's like a time that a bird lands on it and it like on Anna, and Anna like tilts to look at it and like has a not a quizzical expression, but definitely moved. And everybody who's sitting there is just hitting themselves like, I told you, I told you.
You know what though? I think I'm imagining this as though like if there's one person who's tasked to like I don't know clean the gargoyles but they're movable,
Yeah.
or like dust the mannequins at an Old Navy or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're, like, carryable, sometimes I think if you're, like, the only person who does that and you're kind of alone on your shift or whatever, you're like, "Well, we're just gonna go for a walk," and they talk to you like you're fully sentient and you're their
Yeah.
friend, and they're like, "Anna, can you believe this shit?" But maybe makes up a different name for you because you
Uh,
can't talk.
Abby had a thing where she was saying that people would like practice confessing their crushes.
That's so
Yeah,
cute.
just
To
being
Yeah,
like,
so people obviously, like, personified you, not knowing
yeah,
that you were a person.
and but also the personification helped Anna be like, yeah, I am a person. Like this
Mhm.
is how humans, emote, like not just humans, but like creatures emote things out loud. This is normal. So
Yeah.
that's why I think it was very familiar for Anna when Skrios was like, I have a crush on Bella, and Anna was like, I know how to do this. You need to say it flat out. Like I have given so
I've
much advice on this.
and I've seen it blow up right in front of me so many times, and I haven't been able to do anything about it, so, like, you
Oh,
gotta just say
having
it.
that here. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, okay, well, if there's a
Um,
kind of a quiet moment while you're looking, I'd like to ask you, so what did you do while you were here?
I didn't do much. I wasn't mobile. I just listened, I think is more what I did. And when I slept a lot. Like in stasis, but also just gaps.
um,
I think people who are very sick sometimes go in and out of being awake, and I feel like that was what it was. But I listened to sermons and I got walked around gardens sometimes by interesting and very lonely acolytes, and people told me about their bad days at work and complained about the weather and also talked about the moon to me. And sometimes they thought I was the moon, which was interesting. I guess part of me is if it's the moonstone, but
I think
Glad
that
I
you
there
were
is like in the center of the graveyard, there is like a larger kind of what's the thing called that's like an enclosed
mausoleum.
what's up?
Mausoleum?
Mausoleum. Yeah. I think there is like a mausoleum that is like very well maintained. I think it is like that same kind of bright white moonstone. But
Mm,
you can't find like a joint, if that makes sense.
yeah.
Like this thing looks like it fell in one big piece and somebody carved the whole thing out of it.
Oh, that's cool. That's where we're gonna put our graveyard. What? Right there. Big stone. Aesthetics. Okay, that's so much effort. Aesthetics. I think Anna's gonna go over to the mausoleum and kind of, touch it because it's made out of moonstone. Which I guess, in theory, probably is terrifying. As like, yes, this feels like it's made out of flesh. That's wonderful, but I think it's more comforting.
Yeah. Um, I think you touch it and like writing starts like scrolling across the door.
Mm.
Um, I think it says something like, "Here lies Tatiana, taken into the moon's embrace, return to us, saint," and that's all it says.
Okay, Anna's gonna like hand goes back immediately and is like, "Well, that's okay. This is grave to Tatiana."
Could I read that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
I think just like plain text like scrolled across the door when you touched it, Anna.
Just like in common.
Yeah.
Yep. Um. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna open a grave, but God, I wonder if I'm in here.
I kind of want to open it.
I
I'd
feel
like to
like
check to see if it's been obviously everything here is quite well maintained. Is this look like it's been tampered with or it's just like fully sealed?
Not sealed. The door is shut, but if you try it, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to go inside.
eh, I think if you walk up and put your hand on the door, Skrios, there's like a weird moment where it feels like the door is fizzing under your hand.
Okay.
Um, and then it opens. Anna, when you touched it, you did not feel anything, any like weird
yeah,
sensation.
it's okay. The door is suddenly made out of pop rocks. Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
I think you if you're looking, you can tell that I had kind of a weird shiver that like there's something off about it, and I look at my hand, but I'm fine. So I just
Skrios, it's good that you're neutral and not evil.
Good
yeah,
lord.
For no
Yeah.
reason in particular.
that's really funny. Yeah, I am lawful neutral. I
If
assume
we
that's
I mean, if we do go in here, I can always cast a ceremony as long as we're respectful and not, I don't know, robbing the grave. I think a visit probably won't hurt. I don't know.
If it turns out that this is you, I'd like to pay my respects.
That's fair. I would too, as weird as that sounds.
I think you walk inside and there is like you know how in a normal mausoleum there'd be like a body laid out on the slab?
Yeah.
I think there is just a slab there. There is no body. I think that like there is though a set of clothing. Um and like a bunch of jewelry and other things like that. I think that there is on the back wall a painting of a beautiful woman who looks like she could be Anna's cousin, you know? Like if you took the proportions in and made
Yeah,
it
to
not a stretched
human.
out ball joint.
Yeah.
Um not exactly like Anna. Um like kind of a little bit of a different face shape, but like they could have been cousins or sisters, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like it shows her like leaping off of what looks to be like a crenellated, is that the right word? Yeah, like a castle wall, and like
Mhm.
reaching out toward the moon, and the hand that's like reaching out toward the moon like turning into bright white light.
That's a very cool painting.
Very cool. Yeah. Anna's gonna kind of sigh a little bit and be like, well, that explains the falling dreams. And then just kind of not explain unless pressed, and then just,
I think I'm just gonna stare at you for a minute.
I
Like,
don't dream often, Strios, and when I do, it's about falling off the edge of a castle. So
hmm.
not helping the whole I'm gonna have to deal with fuckface scenario.
um Anna, I think you get an image of somebody leading Strahd to this tomb
Mm,
before everything goes wild.
yep.
I think that like he came here and was peaceful, and then like they opened the door and there was no body there, and he flipped the fuck out.
Like, what did you do? Where is it?
Yeah.
Yep. Oops. Somebody did something, I feel like, to either to make me or to protect Tatiana's body from Strahd. I don't know if I
Well,
was intentional, let it be said, but
Is somebody getting a text message?
yes, it's dinner time.
Gotcha.
I would
we can
like to know where Tatiana's body is.
say
Is there, well, I'd like to peep.
Yeah.
Is
What's up?
there, this is probably, well, I don't know. Um, I don't know. Is there anything that would indicate to me that, like, was the body ever here?
Give me, this has to be an investigation. If anything
Yeah,
in the
I'll
yeah.
game
get
is
it.
an investigation, this is
Yeah.
an investigation.
Can I give assistance on that? I don't
Yeah, for sure.
help action.
Assistance is +2.
I think just
Yes.
advantage on this.
Okay.
Like I
Advantage?
think if you're
Okay.
both doing it, you might as well consult instead of having you do two separate rolls.
Oh, bitch!
It's
Same
very
thing
funny.
twice, but it's a 22
Wow.
either way.
I think that's very funny.
Incredible.
That's really weird to get advantage and roll the exact same thing.
It is.
Yep. It's a what, one out of, doesn't matter. Anyway,
That's 2 19s and 2 2s. Weird.
Out of 400.
well, but there's the two
Oh,
d4s as well, so it's
that's
Yeah,
fair.
so it's
That
2
complicates
19s on
it.
a d20 and 2 2s on a d4 altogether.
I'm
yeah.
Crazy.
not I'm not collating those odds. That's too much statistics for me, but
Yeah,
uh just 1/8 the 1 in 400, so it'd be 1 in 3200 or whatever.
crazy.
excellent.
Uh but yeah. Or that's not right. Sorry. Be sick is
Don't worry
double
about it.
that, double
Someone will
that.
do the math later.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
get mad at myself later for being tired and trying to do math when I re-listen to this.
That's
I'm gonna be
okay.
like, Mitch, just pull up the fucking calculator app.
No.
Or just figure it out later.
It's not important. It's just fun.
I think that like there is not a lot to go off of here as to like where the body is. You know what I mean? This is a place that's been like
Mhm.
kept up. There's not dust in here. People have come in and clean up afterwards. But as far as has the body ever been here, um, I think that like if you line yourself up perfectly with the little stone, you can see that like there was a point that one spot got cleaned less than the rest of it, where like there was something laying there, like the clothes had slightly discolored the slab, you know? Like maybe the jewelry is like slightly deformed, like there was a slow consistent pressure from like a wrist or whatever on it.
Gotcha.
So the implication is that at some point, yes, the body was here.
Okay.
Um, you think back to the inscription on the door that says like "taken into the embrace of the moon," right? Like
Yeah.
taken into the embrace of the moon and returned to us,
Ooh.
right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I don't know what the fuck that means, but I will say that at some point the body was here.
I mean, if I'm going to make a guess, and this is me knowing what Strahd tends to create, um, I wouldn't be surprised if people thought it would be better to get rid of or transform a body than let him make it undead, if that makes sense.
I think I'm gonna look at Anna, like at your physical form,
Yeah.
and be like, transform how?
Uh, Anna's just going to kind of look down just a little bit and be like, well, we know the Burgomaster wanted to put souls in golems, right?
Yeah.
And you remember, Skrios, that according to the documentation that you have, that it won't work long term.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
That like something is different here. Like you don't know what it is. Maybe it's like something that just like a normal, because you like crit when you were looking at those blueprints, right?
I did,
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe it's one of those things that like returning a soul when you cast a raise dead spell, you need the permission of the soul and the god, right? Usually.
Mhm.
So maybe it's one of those things where doing it just with human artifice will fuck it up.
Yeah.
But like something this is not the same thing, right?
Yeah.
There is something that is like maybe not. I don't know what Skrios's opinion of the holy is. You know what I mean? So I can't say that it's like, oh, this is like it's the difference between like a fucking saint calling down holy fire and a bunch of people seeing it, and some dude mixing like fucking phosphorus and water, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Or like
Um,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, well, I will convey that the I guess putting souls into golems, putting souls into constructs that we saw was never going to be successful long term. And it seems that you've been alive in this form much longer than it would be capable to do. But that may just be a flaw in Vasily's research. And maybe the people here knew more about it
That's fair. I also want
or
to say
had
that,
some other
no,
kind of assistance to do it.
well, if the Guardians were created by the moon, asking the moon's permission to make Guardians, or if they worship the moon or made out of it, asking the moon's permission to do something like that might be more successful than making it yourself. But I don't
Perhaps
know.
you, yeah, perhaps you were a gift from the moon.
Could be. That seems. Uh, you've had time to adjust to divine purpose. Even if I'm a cleric, I'm not entirely. It's uncomfortable to see myself in this many reflections. Not
Usually
a
I don't see a bunch of my heads on a shelf, so I think you can be forgiven for the
Anna kind of laughs a little and nods. And I don't think that I'm fully Tatiana in the sense that I have my own thoughts and memories, but it would make sense if her soul was housed here partially for a new purpose. I mean,
You
people
do
have.
seem quite aggressive towards Strahd.
I already have aggression towards him due to what he's done to everybody that we've met, but also he seems. I have a supernatural hatred of him. I will say that.
Yeah, not to say that hating him is unjustified, but it seems more passionate than you
Yes.
normally are.
Do you know how people have that concept of like people destined to love each other in the stars? I feel like I was destined to hate him for all of my eternity, and I'm okay with that.
Well,
I feel
now
like I
I'm thinking whether or not Grios actually does have. I think that maybe I need to think about that because on the one hand, star-crossed lovers. Maybe if you follow a certain kind of like creating a comfortable home type of star or whatever, that they're like, yeah, you found a person who helped you fulfill your purpose, and that kind of makes you star-crossed lovers. But then on the other hand, the stars, as we can, as like Skrios' circle conceives them, are very uninterested in your petty mortal affairs.
right. I think it's
Well, maybe, right? I think that like there might be a star who really cares about
Who
seeing
really
people
cares?
happy
Yeah,
together. Like that's its whole
yeah.
thing, right? Is it like, you should be in relationships you like and like yeah, I love the concept of there
That
being like a star that's the favorite among a bunch of like horny elf teens.
sex
my
ed
god.
teacher.
The it's like the star-crossed lovers star. Literally, it's like I just want everybody to be happy.
Yeah,
It's the
I'm sure
matchmaker.
there's like a lovers constellation,
Yeah, for
and
sure.
it teaches you about good consent and safe sex practices,
Yeah.
and red flags and green flags, and how to do conflict resolution so you can stay together for long term.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think Skrios has an idea, but maybe not the same idea that you.
Right.
I should go in the house and get dinner before it gets cold.
Absolutely. I'm gonna take
So
a
before
quick.
we move on to another section of this little area, we can maybe take 5.
Yeah,
Works for
gonna
me.
take a quick bio break. Gonna change the stream so that we know where the break is because that's
Hell
something
yeah.
that I need to do more.
Cool.
Yerby.
All right. I have returned.
I am
Hello.
here as well.
Oh, rock on.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I was eating a bag of beef jerky, and I didn't think anybody wanted that ASMR, but I was
No.
really desperate, so.
I was muted as well because I am eating. Yes. So
Maybe I should grab a snack too. Maybe we could all have snacks
Yeah, go.
together.
we
Get
could
a
have
snack.
snacks together. I was gonna make some hot chocolate as well, but I'll do that in a later break.
I ordered the same chai that Abby got because when Abby
Mhm.
said she
Oh,
couldn't
good.
have a hot chocolate with chai in it, it was like I could though.
Yeah, I actually did make myself a cup of that chai. I've gone through so many teacups. Oh my gosh.
I want it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right, listeners. We're sponsored by weird chai blend I found that's non-dairy and non-coconut on Amazon. You can DM me and I'll give you a dead drop that you'll have to drive to at 4 in the morning to get the name of this brand, though. It's like a viral marketing thing that I'm coming up with. So that's for future me.
Mhm.
Of course.
And for Dylan.
Yeah, no, it's
Dylan, if you want that chai, you let me know. I'll make an ARG for you to figure it out to get a fun drink of chai.
my god.
I think he would
You
like
do
the RG more than the chai.
I agree.
True. 100% true, can confirm. Yeah, no, Mitch, not jokes have left the room. That chai helps me get up in the morning and eat breakfast because I'm so bad at eating breakfast, but I'm like, I can make myself a cup of chai with it, but I have to have food with it, and it gets me to have breakfast. So,
I'm
like,
really glad, actually.
although I also have a big thing of Honey Nut Cheerios, which also makes me want to eat breakfast. So,
Hell yeah.
the store brand version of them because it's more worth it. Do you know those big bags of cereal you can get that are like,
Absolutely.
yeah, it's one of those.
Absolutely. I know those. I love those. Those are my version of Julian's close personal friend, Noah. Neil?
Mhm. Yeah.
Noah.
Noah Caldwell Gervais, my close personal friend, and definitely not
Famous niche
parasocial
YouTuber.
relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. When I watch his videos, he's talking to me personally, and we're just hanging out. And it's not a weird way to feel about a niche internet micro celebrity. How
I'm
else
not
am
here
I
to.
gonna get 6-hour conversations where someone just explains every video game in a series to me? Dylan?
Yes.
Mitch?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Any of my
actually,
friends online?
true.
But what if we're not
Yeah.
available?
Me?
See, that's when your good personal friend Noah, who's there 24 hours a
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, he's always there for me to do a thorough retrospective of Neverwinter Nights. A video that is like 4.5 hours long, and I've watched it maybe 3 or 4 times.
I'm watching a video series called Too Much Future, which is a playthrough of all the Fallout games by a couple of just really cool nerds.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been having so much fun with it. One of them has like a degree in Shakespearean literature, and the other one is like a comics focused guy.
My
And
god.
they're like going through and talking about like the tropes that are being deployed, and it's like a critical playthrough. It's not necessarily like a full dissection and analysis, which I think I would get more bored of than like have fun with. Um, the Shakespeare guy has fully committed to playing like role playing the character that he's
Oh
made,
my god. I love it.
which is very fun to me. He does things. He's like, well, this is what Eleanor would do, and so I shot the guy who's a slaver in the face, and then I aggroed the whole town.
Yeah.
So
To be fair,
that's
that's
where
also how
that quest ended.
Well, you know,
Don't do slavery if you don't want to get shot in the head.
that's
Sure.
the life lesson we all learned.
Yeah, no, I haven't been watching many videos, but I have a person who does like historical costuming and does like very niche like Norwegian like outfits from the like 1100s recreations, like showing you how like the edge of, because I mean she has books and books about like the historical clothes pieces that we found, and so trying to recreate that, like the way that you like put an edge on wool so that it doesn't unravel, but it's actually like a fully braided hem kind of a thing. It takes like months to do these projects, and it's wonderful. So
Mm-hmm.
That sounds very cool.
It's really cool.
she's like, yeah, I'm just gonna make a historic coin purse today. It's gonna take me like 6 months, and that's why this video is so late. But enjoy.
Hmm.
I'm like, yes, excellent, good.
Hell yeah.
Also, for those keeping track at home, my cats have been fed. They will not eat me alive. We're all good.
Dylan, stop
Being very
messaging
polite.
us.
Yeah.
The cats are fine, Dylan.
Yep. Dylan trusts me to take care of my cats.
Yeah,
I
that's
hope.
fair. Future Abby, the cats have been fed.
Yep. Well, if I say it out loud, then I'll remember it, and they can't trick me into feeding them a second time.
Of course, of course, of
So,
course, of course.
not that they try too hard, but sometimes.
But yeah, other than the fucked up mausoleum, I think. Are we ready to get back into it?
I'm good.
All right. Other than the mausoleum in the center of the graveyard, I think it's just like a fairly well kept graveyard.
Okay.
I think that
Well.
there are rows of graves that are kept mostly clear. I don't think that anyone here is like. I don't think anyone's. There aren't any new, fresh graves here. You know what I mean? You recognize that like tombs have been made, like tombstones have been carved for the people who died here when Strahd wiped it out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like you walking down, you see like a newly dug grave. You know?
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I think Anna's just gonna say like a little prayer as we leave the grave, but not take anything out of the mausoleum, and then
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not touching stuff in there.
no. Other than like, okay, we're gonna look at this as close as we can. We're not taking it.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Would you like me to investigate the hut before we move on to the church?
no, I think we should look at the church first. I feel like the hut is something that might lead us toward that hill anyway. The person who lives here, so
So I
or
think
visits often.
as you approach the entrance of the church, there is like a little glowing will o' the wisp kind of looking thing
Mhm.
that appears under the front arch, and then like does a little dance, and then zips off further into the church.
Okay. Anna's gonna look at Skrias and be like, "Did you see that as well?
I did.
Are you ready to make bad decisions?" And Anna's gonna walk towards it.
I am. Then I follow.
Alrighty. I think that as you walk inside, you see again, this place is like it's a weird thing where it's like kept in this exact state of ruin. It's been cleaned, if that makes sense, and nothing new
Mhm.
has been allowed to happen to it, but it's not been repaired since Strahd tore it apart, you know?
Right.
I think there are like where people died, there are little like offerings left. But it hasn't been rebuilt or repurposed. Um, it's been left in place as kind of a memorial. Um, and if you follow the little light, it'll lead you to like point by point, almost like it's guiding you on a tour of this place.
I'll take the tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take the tour.
Yeah, I think it's like a slow meandering thing. You know what I mean?
It
It's
gives you
not.
time to process things.
Yeah, it's like somebody who's guiding you through an art museum or a fucking like an actual like war memorial.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like it's not trying to rush you through the exhibits, it's like giving you time after it shows you something to like really let it sink in. I think like Skrios on this is a fucking tragedy, right? Like this whole place, like it is a fucking testament, it is a monument to the kind of pain that somebody who is powerful can cause to a community. Um
Mm-hmm.
and it is like left here and preserved this way as a statement towards that. Like I guess I can't say what your characters internalize. I
No,
can
this
only
is yeah.
like um But yeah, I think that you get to like the place that they had like services on a.
Mhm.
What do you think that looked like? Because to me, I think it would be outside. You know,
Yes. I
I
feel
think
like it's very open ceiling kind of a concept.
yeah, like
Or
outside under the moon, like
yeah.
you could see the night sky. People would get up on like a little stage and like I think less like again leading people in prayer and more like doing almost like a guided meditation on something.
Yeah, exactly.
Um again,
Yeah, I
that's
feel like it was less because it's not like there were scriptures to be read. I mean, maybe writings of people, but it was more like community kind of, I don't know, witnessing the same awe of the moon and less.
yeah.
Yeah, I think guided meditation probably makes more sense.
A shared spirituality than like a hard doctrine. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like
It's more of like a, not to use like the tired old Christian trope, but it was more of a relationship with the moon and each other than it was of religion. You know?
yeah. And it's like it's one of those things where it's like sometimes it would be like somebody goes up and they teach about the actual phases of the moon and its
Yeah.
effect on the tides and like what that means for like them personally as a blank as a fisher or whatever, you know. And sometimes it would be like I made these potions, everyone drink these potions, we're gonna get high and talk about the moon, like
Yeah.
uh kind of thing. And I think that like the little like will of the wisp thing like goes up into the center of the little platform. I think this place is again, it's got like chunks blasted out of it. The I want to say there are like stones that are set in a circle or that to like sit on. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? And some of those are like missing or turned over or like have obviously been hurled at somebody. Um, and uh I think that it like goes up toward that centerpiece and it gets into the sunlight and it like flickers out for a second and then reappears inside of the church, kind of in a shadowed area. I think that if you came back at night or waited until night, something you get the impression that something would happen here.
Very tempting. We do have other places to look, but might be I come back at the evening to see what happens. You know,
Yeah,
before we anywhere else. And Anna's gonna kind of just sit on one of the stones for just a little bit. Like
absolutely.
this is as much as I have this preternatural hatred towards Strahd. This is what I want to get him back for. I won't make him regret it because I don't think he's capable of it. I think it was a amusing distraction for him, and for that I cannot let him continue to exist.
Um, I think when you say Strahd, the little will of the wisp thing like darts back towards something deeper into the temple.
All right, I'm following.
Yeah, we're
Absolutely.
following that for sure.
Um, you get towards this like recessed alcove in the wall, and when you open it up, there is a uh, sorry, there is a small bit of moonstone that has been carved with runes, and um, on a you get the vibe that this is somebody's guess at what a core would be,
Okay.
but it is not. It looks nothing like yours. I'm imagining like a small carved egg looking
Mm-hmm.
kind of like moonstone drop. Um and it just like has hundreds of prayers carved into it. This takes somebody like years and years to make.
Yep.
Um
Anna's gonna kind of look at it and kind of look over towards the wisp it lit over, and is like, I don't want to take it from you if it is blessing this place.
I
I
think
don't want to
like
pick it.
moves again like you should touch it.
All
Like
right, I'm
like
poking
moves
stone.
moves towards it. Um I think it just like bombards you with visions of that night, right? I think that this was the core of another guardian. That maybe somebody just got you right. Maybe the core that they you maybe the core that's in you was special. But this was made here, you know?
Yeah.
And it doesn't have that same kind of like level of introspection. There's no interpretation of events happening when you're holding this thing. It is just like event, event, event. you know?
It's like somebody put a camera on a Roomba.
Exactly. And it's not like maybe they just didn't have enough time. Maybe if you let this thing sit inside a guardian body, eventually it would come awake like you. Uh, but who knows, you know? Um, but you see a number of like rapid fire kind of scenes from that night. I think again, you see Strahd like approach the church, and he's just like he's perfectly amiable, you know. He is just like charming and joking with the person who's like leading him forward. I think an acolyte. I don't know if there was like a dress code here. I don't think so personally. But if you disagree, then I'd be happy to hear what you think people wear.
I don't think so, but I feel like you know, people who were part of the church may have some form of like a lighter, like a white or whitish covering somewhere on their body, not
Yeah.
hiding anything, just like a, you know, you can wear whatever you want, but sometimes you wore a white scarf or a white shawl or something as like a symbol of the church you belong to.
Like
It wasn't like
designate, yeah.
right. It wasn't like, ah, yes, you must wear these clothes when you enter. I think it was just people being like, yes, I like having this. It reminds me of moonlight, you know, and it could be a necklace, it could be an earring, but I feel like probably like a scarf or a cloak, the way that Anna is wearing it right now over the shoulder, you know.
And just like walks up to the graveyard and like is led into that tomb, and when he sees that it's empty, it's like a switch is flipped. Like he doesn't look like a person anymore in the face, you know? He like reaches over and just wrenches the dude's head off.
Yep.
My
And
God.
like just completely divorced. Like the emotion falls off of his face, just like almost like a robot going through these people, screaming like, "Where is she? What have you done with her? Give her back to me. She belongs to me." As he's like just mowing through these people, like goes up to the statues and just like takes a look at them, and like you get this horrible sensation that something else is looking through his eyes.
Yeah.
um he like puts a sword in one of the guardian's hands and then impales himself on it, and he screams, "Kill me, kill me, kill me," as he's just like ripping this porcelain thing to shreds.
Holy
Jesus.
shit.
Like is just absolutely lost his mind here.
Yeah.
Like
Just
um
gone feral, for lack of a better word, just gone
oh,
completely.
absolutely. Like he turns to face the whatever is recording him, and it's just like, you remember how that vampire like opened its mouth up and you knew that
Yeah.
it wasn't human anymore? Like it had the
Mhm.
fucking, this is just like, I think rings of teeth in the lower jaw. Just like fucking
Prey
completely
mouth.
and utterly divorced from humanity. Like hands are sharpened to these massive claws. Skin is like leathery and black up to where the blood stops covering it. Like and just you see that scene again where he like stops in front of you after killing or mortally wounding the head priestess here,
Yeah.
and like his humanity like snaps back into him for a second. He like chuckles and he says, "Well, you look familiar." Um, and I
I
think
hate this
that's,
guy.
Yep.
yeah.
I hate
Yeah.
this fucking guy. Very vivid. Well done, Mitch.
I
Fuck this
think from
guy.
an outside perspective, I think Anna has just started like the tear emote that we've described before, like the liquid mercury kind of has just started going and she's not even aware of it,
Yeah.
you know, watching through it.
You know what? We've all been there.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna say tormented by visions.
Yeah. First time. Yeah. But I think after it stops, I'm just gonna move her hand back for a second and then pause and be like, would you like to travel with me? You might learn more. And kind of to the core.
Oh.
You can stay here if you want. I don't know if you're sentient enough to, but
What's up? Skrios, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead.
I don't think you get a response here.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's like a no, if that makes sense. I
Yeah.
don't think that there is a yes. I think that this is just like not enough of a person to
Right.
make a decision like that. I think that like you get like a kind of like a satisfaction at being able to tell this story vibe. You know what I mean? Like But that's I think the totality of it. Like, I
Alright.
think you could you give me an insight check actually? I think that'd be.
Yeah.
I think you get like a sense of satisfaction, but more than that. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's perfect.
Nat
Oh,
20.
Love to see it. Um, so I think that like I think that what happens is that you see like other people holding this core and seeing this and like that sense of satisfaction again of like being able to remember this thing that happened, of like being here and teaching people, you know. I think if you took it with you, it would want to be like it would want you to tell people about this and use it as like a learning tool.
Yeah.
um
I think Anna's gonna kind of nod a little bit and be like, I will come back here after this is all done, and more people will learn. More people will visit.
um
How about that?
I think that you see like you carrying the acolyte away, and then
Mm-hmm.
you see like a woman returning carrying someone else, like old, like not like a bridal carry or anything like that, but I think like an older woman like carrying what looks to be her granddaughter back here, you know.
Hmm. Yep.
um, and like I think that's the extent of the communication that you get back and forth.
Yep. Anna will nod a little bit and kind of, gentle pat the core and be like, then stay here and I'll bring people to you. I think that works better. A lot less danger.
um and then when you set it back in, the little will o' the wisp thing like flares once and the panel is like completely hidden from view again.
Mm. It's gonna kind of like nod and say, thank you. I don't know if my friend wanted to see it as well, but I don't know if it'd work the same. Has been injured by seeing this before, so I don't want to.
I'm willing to bear witness to any visions that are mine to see.
uh yeah, I think you can show it before it goes back then. Like that's
Yeah.
totally fine.
So Skrius also gets that
Yeah.
and can
Oh yeah,
understand why
okay.
he's gonna fucking die.
Yeah, yeah, I get it.
um this is the first time, Skrios, that I think you've seen Strahd. I think this is the first time both of you, not necessarily the first time Anna,
Right,
but
but
I think like the first time you're conscious of Strahd just having that inhuman, totally monstrous vampire form,
Yeah, I
right?
think for sure. I think Krios has been on the back end of like on the further end of the Strahd absolutely must be destroyed thing. I think Skrios has been like, well, Vampire needs to be destroyed. I don't really care. Strahd seems like a bad guy, but he's just a guy.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of I'm not believing that as strongly over the last couple of sessions.
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable thing to not believe.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just think he's not very grounded, and he's like, yeah, one guy. What could one guy do? People as individuals are basically nothing. And
and then it's
if
like,
I
oh,
get rid of if I get rid of the star that's making him crazy, then maybe that's making him so dangerous, then maybe like this he'll just be like a guy we don't like, you know?
Yeah. Uh
Uh but yeah, seeing that the kind of inhuman kind of viciousness is changing my mind about it. I'm taking it a little more personally.
yeah. I love the idea of Strahd's just one guy. What could he do? Cut to back to Strahd single-handedly dueling a dragon and conquering the land of Barovia before he was a weird vampire.
Yeah.
I think Anna will thank the Will o' the Wisp and kind of sigh a little and be like, I don't know where we're going after all of this, but I would like to try to reset this place up. Feel connected to it at least. Doesn't mean I would stay, obviously, but
Whatever you need to do.
well, thank you for watching that. That is why I was so upset when I saw Strahd. I saw all of that for the first time again, if that makes sense.
Understandable.
Um, would you mind going to check out the hut now? I
No,
think
of course.
unless we come back here at night, which I wouldn't be opposed to doing, mind you, we've seen what we can see.
Yeah, I'm just gonna Chris just silently goes to do that. He like nods at you and he's like, "Yep."
Okay, coming with.
Yeah. I think you open it up and there are not design documents necessarily, but there is everything you would need to build yourself spare parts here, Anna.
Oh,
It is like now this is gonna be the nerdiest shit I ever did say. You know
Oh, that's a high bar.
you know how Jedi do construct their lightsabers?
yes.
Wow.
You know how they're like guided by the force and they don't necessarily have like design documents, they just kind of get all the parts together and then are allow themselves to be guided. You see a bunch of like half sketched guardians that are drawn. Um like designs that are like more like it's very clear that nobody who has been here is working from the same set of blueprints.
Right.
Everyone knows like the same general shape, if that makes sense. But you see like a bunch of half completed cores that are lying around that are carved. Some are carved from moonstone. Some are made from that iron that you found. Some are like mostly amber with little like bits of moonstone embedded into it. Um, some are just like I think the only consistent thing is that they all and the other thing is like a bunch of them have different face like on the blueprints a bunch of them have different faces than yours. You get the idea that these whatever is happening here, this person has scavenged as many parts as they could from the temple that was destroyed here, or these people have scavenged as many parts as they could.
One of those like we've got the parts, we got most of the parts for a perfectly good toaster. I've just got to replace some heating elements. You know, it's like we what we got.
But
Anna, a perfectly good toaster.
I
It's
think
fair.
it's a little bit more spiritual than that. You know what I mean? It's a
I
little bit more like we build these things and like you don't know, right? Like there's no way for you to know like what the meaning here is, but I think that like everything here is treated with a lot of respect. You know, like there are no tools that are put away with paint still on them, you know? Um there's no workstation that's like left completely cluttered. Everything's like organized and like yeah,
right.
Um,
There's a somber attitude, but also a creative one.
yeah.
okay, question first is so is this completely a workshop? Like there's no like beds or kitchen or
Correct.
okay. And Anna, I'd like to ask, do you know what the purpose of the Guardians were?
Um, they, I mean, the Moonstone was to create life, was what we were told anyway, right? And the Guardians kind of functioned as Guardians and then soon became their own thing in that
Do you know
separate.
how many others there were?
I can remember several others, but they weren't the same as me necessarily. But I remember other statues. They didn't move much, really. I I don't think that when they were here they had the same purpose for these people. I think they still cared for them and they had a religious significance, but I don't think they did what they were supposed to. I'm not sure what that purpose is. I like to think it's helping humans do things.
Hmm.
It's
Well, you it
fascinating
seems
to watch them do things.
yeah, if you remember Ezek building you, then it didn't happen here.
It doesn't feel like it. I don't. I mean, I remember being here for quite a while, but they never got me working. They never got me speaking. I mean, I worked as in if you wanted to rotate parts, it would work. You know, I could move, you know, limbs and things like that, but I wasn't exactly aware of it. It was kind of like when my core was out and you were doing that, I could move my arm but not feel it. Kind of like that, I think.
All right.
Automated. Took a little bit for the this automata is sentient to kick in,
Well,
but
we might find if you're ready to move on,
yes,
we'll probably find more answers asking the caretaker than sifting through the memories ourselves.
hope. But yes. think going towards those footprints we found is probably wise.
Do you have any idea how they're going to react to seeing you?
Again, I probably ecstatic or terrified. I'm not sure which, and I'm not sure I'm prepared for either. But we shall see.
Those were my guesses as well.
They're either going to want to take me apart or take me apart, and I don't know which of those is the positive one.
Well, you make that quite difficult.
Yes, I do.
That's a
So,
compliment.
Thank you. I tried to be.
I meant that as a compliment.
No, I got it as a compliment. Thank you. I'm hard
Yeah.
to take apart. But yes, we should go toward. Thank you for moving me. Getting there.
Yeah, let's head up north.
Alrighty. Yeah. As you continue up the hill, you can see that this place is just like slowly kind of not being consumed by the river, but like more and more of the bank of the like more of the earth is like sliding into it eventually.
Right.
It's got that kind of like mudslide slope, you know what I mean, going on.
Not a great place to try to build a church,
Yeah.
honestly.
Well, it's also been hundreds of years. I mean, anything
Okay.
built near the river is going to have a course change. We're going to get an oxbow eventually. It's great. Why did I spend so long in college learning about rivers? I don't know.
I love that.
Listen, I took a geology class. It was amazing. So,
Yeah, as you walk north up the hill, it is a long, slow walk. You've passed more of those little shrines with the bits of porcelain in them. And about halfway up, you see a headless body on the side of the road in full armor.
interesting.
Get you to about, let's say, there. Yeah, full plate armor, shield that is like face down in the mud. The body is kind of sunk down. The armor is embellished with little silver dragons.
We
Well, I
don't.
think
Do we recognize them?
How
Like
are you
the dragons
checking?
that make the armor?
You know that the Order of Revenant Knights was referred to as like the servants of the Silver Dragon or something similar at one point.
yeah.
Gotcha.
I think Anna's going to kind of look over and be like, "Well, if we might have a body to bury, or not. We'll see." I'd kind of go over, just walk over.
When you get close, the place where the head should be erupts in this like blue-white flame. And the body like lurches to its feet and draws its sword.
Oh
I'm-
shit!
And what's up? What do you do?
Undead Knight. I'm gonna. Well, I'm gonna see if it. Well, it drew its sword. I'm probably gonna blast it.
Sure. Anna's going to put up her hands, surprisingly enough, and be like, "I don't mean you any harm. Don't know if that helps."
I mean,
I'll hold off. I'm
like
following your lead, but
this rattly, vibrating like sound that comes from where its chest is, and it just says "halt."
Okay. Standing still.
sorry, that's such a halt. Okay.
And I don't think it like says anything else. I think it's just like it'll sheath its sword and then like sit. Your hands are still up, Skrios. You're still getting ready to blast it. It's just like sitting on the ground.
Okay.
Once it's clear that
we
you're not moving forward anymore.
Yeah, we will need to proceed.
Yeah.
What business do you have?
Well, I mean, we're trying to rid the curse from these lands. I guess that's the Bella line, right? And then my line is that
I think you hear it.
I came to revisit Beras.
You say you're trying to clear the curse from this land, and it goes, ha, ha, ha. You will not be going north. Go back to your town?
No, there's nothing left of it.
I think like lays back down in the mud and says, "Do not tell the knights. You are trying to break the curse.
All right.
They will not take it well." And then like the armor just like rusts and falls apart as the body sinks back into the earth.
So we can keep going.
I'm assuming yes. I'm just going to take like a hesitant step forward and kind of look at the rusted armor and then keep going.
Oh, it's like when I say sink into the earth, I mean like vanish from sight. Like
Oh,
where
nice.
you were looking, there is like nothing. There is just more grass, like muddy
The
grass.
swamp eats it, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Creepy as shit. Thank you, Mitch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you. You guys get the feeling that like you get the feeling that you're being watched the rest of the way up, right? Like
Cool.
that there's something here.
Something's always fucking watching me. Everyone in this neighborhood has a Ring doorbell.
It's
Seriously.
true. I
We're all
think
sitting here like, oh no, we're being scryed on. How awful. Takes a sip.
that's really funny.
Ravens are watching me. Yeah, I know. No, the other ravens are watching you. Yeah, I know. No, Strahd's watching you on his fucking webcam. Yeah, I know. Ghost Knights are watching you. Okay.
The new one, but cool.
Yeah, I think that like you guys move a little bit further north and that same dude just like walks out of a hillside. Just like again, headless. And I think he says in a deep rumbling voice, have you seen my head?
It depends. What does it look like?
And then like sinks back into the ground. Like doesn't acknowledge that you answered in any way. Just like falls forward and again just like falls into the ground and disappears.
I was gonna like think for a second and be like, well, I mean, if we go back to Beres, there are some spare heads there.
There are extra heads.
Not sure how that would work, but we could do it.
Would you like to talk to this guy while he has your face?
I mean, at this point, I dealt with a room full of dolls that were made exactly in my likeness and dressed up like ballerinas. I think I could do okay.
I think you see as you continue walking north, two of the exact same figure fighting, like just brutally fighting each other. Just like shields are in the mud, fucking. Just one of them screams imposter and stabs the other one through the chest, and the other one just laughs. And then the one that's been impaled grabs the other one, and they both sink down into the mud together.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, I'm just gonna look over and be like, well, he's got some trauma he needs to work out, I think, and then yeah, keep going.
Absolutely. So I think where you're at, the path diverges a little bit. The footsteps lead off to the left to what looks to be like a small collection of wooden huts, wooden cabins. I feel like hut has a pejorative connotation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like hut sounds like it's not well built. Whereas cabin sounds like, ooh, it's nice. It's like a little forest cabin. But this is like an established community. You know what I mean? So like I think that you see like a low wooden fence. I think you see like a couple of goats in like a pen. I think you see and yeah, I think it's like a nice little wooden gate, like a little not closed or anything like that, just kind of open. I think that hanging from the gate post is like a small carved wooden moon. And flanking it on either side are two humanoid figures in full plate armor. Same embellishments on the swords and shields. These ones do have heads. These ones have like pale papery skin and sunken eyes that are glowing red.
Like, Anna's gonna kind of look back at Skrios and shrug and then approach if Skrios doesn't protest.
No, I'd like to go to the where we're following the footsteps and not just going into the main.
That's correct. This is where you're following the footsteps.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Anna walks up and raises a hand in greeting, like hello.
I think one of them like chuckles. Just again, like this one's like a dry, raspy. Oh, hello.
We're just at Beres, and we're kind of trying to piece together the person who kind of caretakes there, and because I was from there for a while, and I'm trying to figure out more about what happened. And I guess I'd like. Also, there's a headless man who keeps talking about needing his head back. And,
Yes, there is.
okay.
Well, feel free to walk in, ask your questions.
Are we allowed to leave after? I should probably ask that now.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
If you hurt anyone in there, we'll cut you apart and they'll never find all the pieces.
Excellent. Assumed it.
Unlikely.
I think the one on the right says, "Oh, you can kill us. We'll just come back." Over and over until every night you're looking for a sword in your bedroll.
I don't kill, I annihilate. Skrios' faith is unshakable. He's like, no, when I destroy something, it's destroyed.
Meanwhile, Lon is like, just give me a couple levels and I'll just bring you fully back to life and then you'll have to deal with that.
Yeah, we're gonna reincarnate you and then kill you again.
Luck needing to pee. Okay, anyway.
Yeah. I think you can walk into the community, Anna, and like it's just Barovians, you know? There's some Barovians that have like goats, there are some that have it's a commune, you know? People are working together. It's I think a faith-led religious commune.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people are actually asleep right now.
Okay.
There are a couple people like out tending the goats because you've adopted a nocturnal schedule and you want to fuck your circadian rhythm doesn't mean that the goats will.
That's true.
So there are like people doing things that need to be done in the day, but I think it's like a sleepy little community that you walk into.
I think Anna's gonna kind of greet anyone who's willing to be greeted.
Yeah.
And doesn't freak the fuck out when they see her, so.
I don't think there's a lot of freaking out. I think that there are like some big smiles when you walk back in, but no like crazy like running over to prostrate, you know? Like
Fair.
like big like, oh look who came back, you know? Like big
Yeah.
welcome home. I think somebody actually says welcome home.
Anna's very confused, but accepts it with a nod. Is like, I thank you.
Yeah. If you stop someone to ask for directions and like you're like, oh, we just want to talk about some related, they'll be like, oh yeah, you're gonna wanna. Well, I can go wake her up. You're gonna want to talk to Jen.
Okay.
And
I mean, I don't want to impose, but also, I mean, there's a lot of things to get done today, unfortunately. And
oh no, you should be fine. It'll just be a moment, okay?
yeah.
And like we'll like run over into one of the, and I think the thing is that these are just like nice, evenly made, like very, very not symmetrical houses, but like very, very equivalent. There's not like people who are here like living in shacks like in fucking the city of Barovia, the town of Barovia, or like
Yeah.
and like other people are in big mansions. Like it's very like, you know, if I can need to put a cabin up, we put a cabin up, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that out of the cabin, like you have a tired looking Vistani woman with like big curly poofy hair, tied back with a ribbon, um, I think that same kind of like white sash that you were talking about before,
Mhm.
and we'll just like invite you over to like come in, sit down. You can have a chat.
Hello. Thank you. I we we were at Beres, and uh, saw that it at least was being remembered, and we wanted to follow and see who was caring for it.
I think she nods and says, "Well, you found me." Hi, I'm Jen. From what I understand, and like invites you in again. Like, do you want tea? Anything I can get for you?
I I'll take tea. Kind of looks over at
Tea.
Skrias.
Yeah, tea would be lovely. Thank you.
I think goes and grabs some like dried bundles of herbs and like hangs the tea kettle over the fire, you know? Uh like pulls a chair up. It'll just be a little bit before it's ready. Um but from what I understand, you are the reason that my however many great grandmother survived that night at Beres. Could I ask your name?
Anna,
It's nice to meet you, Anna.
me too. I'm glad that they lived. I didn't remember much after getting them away, so
Yeah. And she shrugs and says, the I think she says like the blessings of the moon come in mysterious forms or something. And then she like chuckles because she said or something. I think she's a little bit flustered talking to you.
it's fair.
But just like pulls the kettle off, pours you guys some tea. It's okay.
Okay.
It's distinctly it's good tea for Barovia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Skrios has high tea standards, but he'll be polite about it.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where it's just like this is a obviously a tea bush that hasn't like grown for however many because it's supposed to be like 3 years or whatever. And this is
Yeah.
like just old enough to give tea, you know? But it's not
Yeah.
like it doesn't have like a deep uh rich kind of tea flavor.
Yeah, I think Skrios is used to celestial seasonings.
Yeah.
Oh man, absolutely.
You know, drinking that like 4,000-year-old ancient elvish cultivar.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
so he's like, well, this is basically hot water, but thank you.
Yeah. I think
Hot leaf juice.
I think if if you say something, if you like aren't super, she's like, we also have mint if you prefer mint.
No, I'm not gonna say anything. I think, uh, I mean, I'm, I don't know. Maybe I could roll a deception if I make a face or not.
That'd be very funny.
Yeah, I'll roll it.
I also appreciate the celestial seasonings reference. 10
Thank
out of
you.
10.
I thought it was funny.
That's
Oh,
very
sweet. Yeah.
funny.
So
That's so funny.
I got a nat 20 on my deception, so
That's amazing.
I'm like, it's wonderful, thank you, and I don't make a face.
Yeah. I think she like takes out some
Or just
like
thank you for your hospitality. Like,
yeah. Um. But what questions do you have?
Um, well, I suppose the big one is, do you know where Tatiana's body is?
Um. I think she like smiles and like shakes her head and says, "From what I understand, that's one of the miracles of the moon. That when her killer came for her body, it wasn't there. It was taken. It was gone. Um,
Good. I mean, I've got to be honest, I was just hoping I wouldn't have to fight her um, down the line if, you know, I also am confused. I have many of her memories, I think,
mhm.
so it's confusing.
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, in in my own celestial tradition, when heavenly bodies have an intention to carry out, they still use a mortal vessel. Is this true of your moon as well?
I think she like takes a deep breath and like lets it out and it says, "It depends. Um, from what I understand, normally, um, but sometimes exceptions can get made. If somebody has a particular connection, or if a large amount of moonstone is concentrated in one place, or if, um, and I think she like looks at Anna when she says that, like with a little smirk, or if, um, small things usually, um, you'll find something that you didn't know you were looking for. You'll pray for guidance, and the next day something will come into your life that you need. Um, Usually a call for help, but also I don't know. What do you know about how we worship?
Personally, very little.
I think she'll nod once, and she says, "It's less about a god or goddess or divinity. Um, it's more about our relationship to the night and what it means to us. The kind of feeling of protection, the understanding of being connected to this community, to our history, to the blessings that were bestowed to the peoples of this land, before the curse, before everything fell apart. Um,
Then
it's Go ahead.
then the miracle of her body's disappearance could have been accomplished through mortal means.
It could have. It very well could have.
I will also say it seems it was enshrined in pure moonstone, so you may not have needed a catalyst for that one. You were sitting in it.
I think she nods, and I think she also says, and I believe that if somebody was faithful to the moon and would rather jump off of a castle than be taken, I can only imagine what those final prayers might look like.
Mainly, I think it was just looking up instead of down, but
I think she like smiles at that. Not like haha what you said is so funny, but just like yeah, probably, right? Like
I think Anna is kind of like has a blink, like wasn't making a joke, was like, no, that was what it was, but continue. Like not like
um
just for a moment was like, why the fuck did I say that? And I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna let that go, you know?
yeah. Um and then just like shrugs and says, I don't know. We don't have exactly written records of everything that happened. We don't have a list of every time the the moon has intervened on our behalf, kept anywhere, tucked away for study. It's not. We're not trying to knock it down into ask for this and get that. You know.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Do you know how long ago this all happened?
Ooh. Must have been what 100 years after the curse hit the land. So 700 years ago, something like that.
Anna chokes on the tape. Oh, preserved for 700 years. Holy. I was gonna look over at Skrios and be like, Skrios, I am older than you.
I guess so. I'll chuckle a bit at that. But you don't remember your 50s.
That's fair. I don't think I do.
It's very funny.
I appreciate that you are all here, and if there's anything we could do to help on a smaller scale, please let me know. I mean, a larger scale too, obviously. I had some questions about the knights outside and the one who is headless and seems to we insist on being a bother.
The night's outside. Sorry. Ask your questions, and I'll try my best to answer.
Well, the night's outside. I'm assuming they're revenants with the silver dragon. I don't understand why they would be upset about mentioning that you want to get rid of the curse on this land.
From what I understand, and like she lowers her voice at this, they think that this place is hell for Strahd. That he's made himself a terrible eternity, and he should be stuck with it.
And anyone looking to release the curse is looking to release him, not just release the people.
Mhm.
Great. So now, okay, we'll avoid that part of it.
They were a order of paladins that served a silver dragon who was native to these lands. And when Strahd conquered it, he, from what I understand, slaughtered them. And so they rose. He defiled the corpse of the dragon and scattered its bones across the countryside. And they have made it their mission to go and, from what I understand, again, they offered to give us shelter and freedom to practice our beliefs here, so we took them up on it. I didn't want to question them too much,
No, understandably,
but
nice to know the lay of the land, of course.
from what I understand, they've made it their quest to go and recollect the scattered pieces of the dragon and reinter it at their order. Skrios, you are, when she says this, reminded of the vision that you had of a nobleman who at this point you recognize as Strahd,
Okay.
picking up a big greatsword and chopping off the head of a dragon and holding it aloft as he brought it back to his castle.
Yeah,
Lovely.
you did do that. When did I have that vision? I have so many.
That was the, I think, first time you had the Star's Blood. You had like a series of visions in rapid succession. That was like a small one. That was before the real celestial shit happened.
Yeah, gotcha.
Like a microvision at the time. Man, visions have gotten a lot bigger.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my whole fucking life is just tortured by visions at every turn.
We can give you less visions.
No,
No,
I'd like more. I'd like to be overwhelmed with them. Yep.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if I've made that unclear.
YouTube apology post. I'm sorry for not giving my players enough visions.
No, it's plenty. We're all good. Every day I'm tormented. No, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was like, bitch, I am enjoying everything that you've put together. I'm very happy you're running this game. You have a very great way with words, and I'm always constantly impressed by what you put together. So,
well, thank you.
Be nice to my friend.
Hell yeah.
I think Mon's nod a little bit and be like, well, I suppose getting the bones of a dragon might be on my side list to do.
From what I understand, they have almost everything at this point.
I'm assuming except for the head.
Except for the head. Nobody's sure who the... Sorry, you said that there was a headless one?
Yes, there's he kept fading into the mud and then shouting and fighting with himself. He seemed very distraught. But yes, there was a headless knight asking if we knew where his head was.
I'm unfamiliar, sorry.
I'm willing to bet that the dragon's head is in Strahd's castle.
Probably take that bet.
I've received visions.
I have a running concept that perhaps the knight that we keep seeing is directly attached to how much of the body they've found. But that is just me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know too much about magic disappearing headless undead.
It's okay. We've unfortunately had to become familiar with weird stuff like this very quickly, so I don't expect everyone else to. Is there anything that your village needs? I have a stone that cures diseases. I can not Not like they can't be long dead, but I can revive people if you need it. I mean, it
Oh
seems quite
no.
peaceful here, but
I appreciate that offer, but I can handle some of that myself. The stone that cures diseases, though, if you wouldn't mind going around, I think a couple of the older folks got a cold.
yeah.
If you want to
Okay.
stay here, they should be up. Well, we could either wake them up and tell them the doctor's in town, or we can wait until it gets a bit darker and everyone will start to wake up.
Well, barring some grand battle that we have, although even with it, I was hoping to come back to the church at night to see what the will-o-wisp was trying to show in the daylight. But so we could theoretically come back through here if that's okay with you, Skrios.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what the what was trying to show you?
The will-o'-the-wisp. There was a small glowing beacon at the church leading us through.
I'm gonna go with you when you go back, if you don't mind.
Don't mind at all.
She says, very, yeah.
There was a core that had recorded memories of the night as
Mhm.
well. If it shows it to us again, you'd be
I've
more than. It wanted to share things with people.
I knew about that one. I've shown people that before. I've never seen a little glowing thing there.
Huh. Interesting. Well, do you know? That's actually a good question. The hut where people are rebuilding me. um,
I think she laughs at that and she says, "Well, it's not you specifically." Um, and then she like goes to a corner, I think, and like taps on a couple of like panels of the wall, and then like pulls one out, and you see that like inside of the wall there is like a partially rebuilt guardian.
mhm.
It looks nothing like you. I think like
All right.
big masculine shoulders, Dorito chip kind of body. Uh, uh,
Chris Evans, the Warforged.
yeah. I think like bold, striking lines are painted across him, and like again that same color blue, but not the kind of like gentle curves you have, like sharp angles. You know.
Hmm.
Um, and she like says, "Well, it's a not a rite of passage necessarily, but we figure we make a couple, we scatter them out, we talk to them, we treat them like they treated you back in the day, and we see if they wake up."
That's incredibly sweet. And I'm going to, a little bit horrifying, but not for Barovia. So, you know, not horrifying, mind you. It's just sometimes, comparatively, if someone said, yes, we keep bodies in our walls and sometimes we walk them around to see if they gain sentience, I know it works that way, but you must understand me.
I think she laughs and she says, "We don't know if it works. None of them have woken up yet, but we have faith."
I hope that they do wake up and they wake up before a time of need happens. But if a time of need happens, that you have defenders. I might not be here, but I want to be if you need it. Of
I think she smiles at that and she says, "Can I give you a hug?"
course.
I think she walks up and gives you a hug and she says, "Thank you."
Of course. And I'm very glad that the acolyte I saved made it out. Do you know her name?
What's a good name, Abby?
Oh God.
Yeah, see how it is.
No. Bryn.
It's your backstory. You come up with a name. What's up,
Bryn. I'm saying it.
Bryn?
Bryn. Yes.
Yeah, then I think she tells you Bryn.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Don't doubt my ability to come up with random names on the fly.
Absolutely. I should have known better than to question you.
Thank
Yeah, I think she tells you her name was Bryn. She founded this place. She sought out people who were looking to learn about what had happened, about the moon, about what it means to like worship the moon. People who
you.
didn't feel like they fit in at any of the churches, like the Morning Lord or the Night Mother. People who wanted to be part of a community and founded. Now, I know it sounds like a cult. Me, Mitch, I know that sounds like what cult leaders do.
Yeah.
But in D&D, it gives you magic powers.
Yeah, so I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, it's also like as far as Barovian cults go, it's very benign.
We've seen a lot of cults and we're mostly fine with them as long as they're not doing really fucked up shit.
Yeah.
So like these guys seem fine. If they want to maintain a shrine and think about the moon, I'm cool with it.
They want to build like constructed Warforged, great. Actually, there's not a lot of Warforged, so if you want to like if that happens, great. Like good for you. You're not like
They're not making sacrifices to try to make it happen. They're just like,
right.
well, we hope it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
You're
might walk them
gonna.
around and show them some flowers and talk to them and tell them our feelings. And like it's like, okay, that's fine.
Great. That's a great cult.
Yeah.
I would like to ask, because Anna, as far as I know, you don't know this,
Right.
but I'll ask it to you because I think it's more polite than just assuming that you don't know. But do you remember how you and Bryn got separated?
I'm not entirely sure. It was less a separation and more there was only so much I could do and I wasn't functioning correctly. You know, I would stick with you and Bella if you got injured or recovering for a length of time, but I brought them to other people and then kept moving. I
Yeah.
I think and no, go ahead.
I think Jen will say, I think the last, from what I understand, and this is again passed down for hundreds of years at this point, so excuse me if it's not all right, but the last thing that Bryn saw of you was you were walking off and the mists came, and then when they cleared, you weren't there no more.
Yeah, that would make sense. But I think I didn't know what else to do with a person. I think I had got them to safety and then I had no idea what to do next. Still trying to figure things out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious parenting approach.
Well, it's like I came into consciousness like during a panic, and also I think subconsciously, if the monster who did this recognized me and I was familiar, I didn't want to make it worse. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't know who he was or what he was, but I knew that it brought a lot of pain, and I didn't want it to happen again. And then it did, but he left that time, so that's okay, I guess, for now. But yes, we intend to rid the land of him permanently.
I think she smiles at that and says, well, if you need anything from us, let us know.
The same goes to you. If you, I don't know if they come down this far, to be fair, but if you see a random raven that is too smart for its own good, it will probably get in contact with us.
I think she smiles at that and like taps the side of her nose, like she's keeping a secret, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think I get what you're saying.
To be fair, I think normal ravens might also find us, but that is because of Skrios and less because of me. We have there was a creeping infection of a plant to the west of here, and we have stalled it for now. They seem to be content. So,
Okay. Well,
but
thanks for
if you
taking
do
care
see,
of that.
yeah, if you see anything that has thorns, blood thorns, very large ones, do not touch it. Do not approach it.
Oh, I'll try my best. Blood thorns?
Yes, with centipedes that seem to like to impale itself on the branches.
I'll
Delicious.
just take. I still have the focus. I still have
Yeah.
the druidic focus, so I'm just gonna pull it out. I'm like, they look like this.
That is awful. That looks bad.
Yes.
I nod.
Well, I'll make sure to tell everyone not to touch the red thorn plants.
Excellent.
Yeah. I think that like she'll go wake some people up. You can use the heartstone on them. I think it's
Yeah.
just like 3 or 4 older folk. And again, it's just like a head cold, but it's nice to not have to use a spell slot, you know?
Exactly. And you know, we're here, and if we can help somebody be more comfortable, Anna's okay with that. She didn't expect them to have like a big overarching quest that needed to be completed here. You know, they just are doing daily life stuff. But if she can help, she will.
I think
You've just created a new old fishwives remedy.
Yeah.
They're gonna keep telling their fucking grandkids like, I'm telling you, you put a rock that looks like this, and you rub it on your temple, and your cold will just disappear.
I did. I created a new home remedy. Shit.
It's true. Well, maybe they think that it's because you're some kind of moon thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're
You have
kind
to
of a
paint it in moonstone or something like that.
you're
Yeah.
kind of a religious figure here, so
First you gotta yeah, some weird hybridization between like uh just some dude and a saint. Like, and that's kind
Not
of
at same level yet, but that's a level 20 thing.
that's because of how this like cult is found. Again, whatever. It's a religion. It's a cult. It's whatever, right? Like,
Every cult. Well,
benign cult.
yeah,
but not every cult is a religion.
yeah. I just don't think it's to the point that like I feel like cult has a negative connotation, you know,
Yeah.
which it
There are
should because most modern
They're
cults are
bad.
very bad.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's more like an internet support group.
yeah,
It kind of reminds me of like very specific parishes in like medieval times that would focus on a specific saint. They were technically not like, it wouldn't have been canon Catholicism, but they still were part of it, when they
yeah.
formed a group around this shared
Or
belief.
like
So it wasn't like,
I'm
or this like
imagining,
weird like apocrypha of like some miracle that Mary did when she was 6 years old and then formed a
right?
thing around it.
I'm imagining that combined with kind of like Trappist monks, right?
Yeah.
The ones who like brew beer as part of like keeping the monastery afloat.
Yeah.
I think there's some of that too, where everyone like does communal work. I haven't like decided on what it is. Like maybe this is the place that most people get their goat milk from or something like that, or like there's a specific kind of like goat cheese or yeah. Something like that like everyone pitches in, everyone does the work. If you go out here at like 10 p.m., you see like everyone from like kids to old folk like working together on this like shared communal project. And I think that this just again kind of drives home the tragedy of what happened at Beres. Like this is what it was, but it was more people, you know? Like
Yeah. It was a group of people who liked the moon, and because Strahd's, you know, incel focus was buried there, they got wiped out. And that's not
Yeah.
their fault.
yeah.
Yo, what a fucking tantrum he threw, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a very important thing is that Strahd is as written a fucking terrible abusive person. Uh and I don't think that's wrong. I think that for anyone to live for like 1,000 years and keep a country in abject misery when he has power over the weather and power to change it,
Yeah.
and just like not doing it out of a mixture of like boredom and apathy is like there's no way that that person isn't evil, right? Like everything he wants. Anyway, sorry, not to go on my Strahd characterization tangent.
No, you're good. But yeah.
Um,
I think Anna will kind of tell Srias, I would like just to visit the Revenant if we have time this evening, but I don't want to drag us there if, depending on how far away it is and if it's a discomfort. They might not be. We don't need to mention the curse portion of it, but we might find out more.
I will follow you wherever you need to go.
They also, it is up to you to decide, but if you want to share the revelation of where the dragon's head is with them, it may benefit them greatly.
That would be interesting. To set the knights upon his castle.
Yeah, well, they keep coming back, so I don't feel good about it, but I don't feel as bad about it as I should. Does that make sense?
They want to fulfill their purpose. I should enable them to do it.
Right. And if he's a little busy flicking away nights, we might have a little bit more freedom.
He might stop watching us for 5 minutes.
He'll probably still watch us, but you get what I mean. He might have 5 seconds of privacy.
Skria's just struck with the terrible realization that he might have just watched his date.
Oh, this is my favorite episode.
Strahd in her hut
Right,
and
if
popping.
I was popcorn, fucking, he's like, Rahadin, get me the good ice cream.
Rod,
Trios is trying to say it.
he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it this
I think
time.
he's really gonna do it. I think he's gonna. Oh, he just said he likes him, but Bella didn't get it. Oh.
Oh, Rahadin's
Yeah.
there like, I can't believe this. Like,
Rahan's behind the couch, like, are you fucking kidding
Rahadin
me?
is mopping one of the dust-covered halls
Yeah.
because Strahd's like, Rahadin, you gotta. Skrios didn't like this place. You gotta clean it up. That's my friend.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we were almost friends, and then I saw this, and I was like, I guess I don't want to be friends with that guy. But I can for sure see Strahd being like, hey, I mean, it's a guy who will speak to me. So that's
Yeah.
kind of like, we're
God,
kind of friends. Would I kill him? Yeah. Would he kill me? Definitely. But we'll see who kills who, and then that'll be kind of like, you know how friends are.
Yeah, if he kills me, I'll come back. If I kill him, I'll turn him into a vampire.
but he'll
And then
technically
he
come
can
back.
hang out with me, and we can watch some other asshole try to ask out this guy.
Yeah.
Turn
Maybe
Bella
we'll.
into a vampire too, just to, give my buddy somebody to hang out with, not over me, but
Oh no, I don't think he would. I think he'd be like, we can be alone together forever.
Put
Like
Bella
you
in
can
like
be
a little
sad.
soul crystal so you can visit him once a month if you're being good.
Yeah,
oh,
exactly. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
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 I would be like, yeah, and you could have your boyfriend with you. He'd be like, oh no, I'm gonna imprison him forever, but because I don't want, if I can't have my girlfriend, I don't want you to just have your boyfriend with you. That's a bummer for me. I don't want to be third wheeling it this next eternity.
But if you go lay waste to that community like I told you to a month ago, maybe I'll give you visiting privileges.
Right? He's such a shitbag. So
I don't know why
that's
Strahd
what
has this accent now. He did
Yeah,
not
you're
have
you're
this
visiting.
accent before.
Well, yeah. Well, so that's the bad end, and I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Um, but what I do anticipate happening is that I fucking abandon all of you at the end of the thing to go to space.
no, I see that. We have to pay for the expansion to get there. I get it.
Yeah, like I'm like, well, thank you all for your help. I'm going to ascend. If we're doing part 2 in the celestial plane, that's my
Ain't saying no to it.
yeah, that's my. But I do think, I don't know. It's a big ask for a DM, and a lot of, it's
Yeah.
easier to play a prefab and modify it.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure. We'll see
rather
how
than
it goes. We'll see how everyone's feeling at the end of this.
whatever. But I do like the idea of kind of a tragic romantic ending where I'm like, I'm sorry, but my purpose is the most important thing in my life, and you're always gonna be second, but I love you. I'm sorry, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, Shires,
Yes, we.
go ahead.
I was gonna kind of go over to the. Probably wants to talk to the Revenant before like approaching and be like, "Would, hello again. Um,
Yeah.
we were wondering if we could visit your base of operations. That sounds weird, saying it out loud, but
You some kind of agent visiting our base of operations?
no, a free agent, I guess. I
Uh,
listen. Words aren't my friend. They've never been my friend. But we have information about where the rest of your and kind of gestures to the silver dragon symbol may be, if you're looking for more pieces.
Yeah, you head right on up.
Thank you. That doesn't sound threatening at all. Nods.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
trust this guy.
trying to threaten you. I'm on guard duty here. You head right on up. It's fine. You got information, they'll hear you out.
Guy sounds stoned.
Oh yeah.
These guys are fucking creepy, but let's go in.
Yeah, we're gonna go head toward that.
Yeah, let me read some of the Argynvostholt stuff.
Yeah.
This is all backstory stuff, which doesn't matter.
this is not the first time I've done embroidery stuff, but God, I have like a greater appreciation every time I do this for anybody who's ever made a tapestry or anything in the medieval period that had this many stitches in it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I can understand if I didn't have TV and I was listening to somebody read through the Psalms for the 47th time, I too would want something to stab, but like.
That's really funny. I think as you guys are walking up, like right after you've ended conversation, you hear that same like rumbly voice kind of like speak close to you, like it's right next to you, and say, remind them of their oaths. And that's all it says. You see a mansion, its turrets capped with fairy tale cones, its towers lined with sculpted battlements. A third of the structure has collapsed, as has part of the roof, but the rest appears intact. A dark octagonal tower rises above the surrounding architecture. Says the house
Well,
stands silent,
pretty.
seeming like the fossilized remains of some long dead thing smote upon the mountainside. Smote.
Smote?
Smote.
Smote is a good word.
What is a good word?
You have been divine smote.
I smote him.
Smote. Let's drag into Argynvost Holst.
Yay.
I might have to.
Read. Yep.
Well, I might have to conceal some stuff, but it's fine.
It's okay.
You guys are
Which
going to be
side?
coming from the left.
Cool. Oh boy, I'm teeny.
Yeah,
I'm
what's
so
the,
Oh, you're
small.
totally
what's the scale on this map?
Insane, I think.
1 square is what? Tell me. Tell me.
little.
I remember it was insane. Like whatever.
Well, yeah, because the chairs are this size.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that should be 1 person. That should be right, because the Revenants are the
Yeah.
same size as you guys are.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Big.
mean the mysterious creatures.
We know what they are.
Mysterious guys in armor with fire heads.
Yeah, exactly. No, all of the other ones have regular heads.
Oh.
The only one that had a
Just
fire head that you saw was the guy who keeps popping up out of the ground and screaming things and then disappears back
That
into the
slut.
ground.
Who I feel is the dragon spirit, but that's me. I don't know this. I just
Let's
feel it.
resurrect a silver dragon.
Hey, I'm thinking about it, man.
I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I was looking up different spells. I unfortunately can't reincarnate a dragon because it's not a humanoid. And I can't. We can't revivify because it's been dead for too
oh
long.
yeah. Let me see. I'm just seeing when I get.
I can't reincarnate a dragon is really funny because the idea of this fucking dragon
then being a gnome,
coming back as like a gnome or a goblin or a fucking even just like even just showing back up as like a triton or a sea elf or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Very funny to me.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah. So the problem is resurrection has 100-year cap, and greater resurrection and true resurrection is a 200-year cap, which is wild. God. I'm like, that's just
well,
stupid.
well
like,
I'm fucking
like 9th level spell.
That's bullshit. Anna's 700 years old and she wants to resurrect her friends.
Well,
I'm just sitting here like, come on, man. That's a 9th. I can do wish, or not. I can do wish, but like that spell slot could be used for somebody else to cast wish. At least give me the power to resurrect like 10,000 years. This is D&D. We work on a larger time scale.
Yep.
I don't know.
I think
I'll have arguments with our wonderful DM about it.
There's a technical way in this to resurrect Argynvost Holst.
Okay.
There is, I don't know if you guys know the secret loot in Strahd's castle stuff.
I don't know anything about this fucking.
I know about the gun.
Do you know about the sword that has a cast of wish on it?
Yes, I read through the loot that we were ignoring last time because it kept me entertained when we were in the base going through every single room and then stopping.
the fucking secret, impossible to find magic sword wish sword. So that exists. That could use it. I think that there is a way, if you guys wanted to try to resurrect this dragon, that it could happen. Uh, but I think that it's going to be a joint effort. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a quest
Yeah, I figured.
than just
Um,
like cast a split up.
I also want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that the map of this castle looks kind of like a dragon.
Yes.
Oh, does this one look like a dragon? Is that the
Yeah, look,
Does.
the room at the back that the people are in is like the head,
the
and
head
the
and the rest of it?
wings
Yeah,
are
Yep.
so
I
like
see
we're at the
it.
tail of the dragon. Yeah.
Yep.
So the map designers had fun on this Curse of
They
Strahd.
really they do.
Yeah,
Got a
whoever
I'm
giant
gonna give it to
werewolf
them,
castle.
not for their like consistent use of direction, but for the map design is pretty damn good, I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
the scale is sometimes frustrating, but they did make a dragon-shaped church
I think it'd be
castle.
less frustrating if you had miniatures.
Yes.
I think it'd be less frustrating if you had like, if I could print this out and blow it up and put it on a table, you know, instead of just having like, because Roll20 has a maximum size of the maps, you know,
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
like this is as big as it can get in Roll20.
Yeah, and with like snap to grid too on a grid that's not the same scale as your character. Anyway,
Yeah, I can turn snap to grid off, but it means that you can't
it,
move your.
yeah, it's better with it on. But I just on the ones where the scale is off, it's like confusing to have everybody 100 feet from each other, but right next to each other.
Oh, absolutely. Um, so as you approach, you see perched atop a 10-foot wide, 10-foot high cube of granite is a moss-covered statue of a dragon. Its wings tucked close to its body. The statue looks east toward the mansion. It's kind of foggy out, so it's hard to see the dragon's features from a distance.
It's literally the same shape as the castle, and it's facing the same way. Like I'm just
Yep.
saying,
Yeah.
that's really funny. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to peep the statue.
All right.
Follow
It's a silver dragon of noble bearing, its spiny frill cracked and broken in many places. The statue is 10 foot tall, but looks much more imposing perched atop the granite block.
I would like to mend the statue.
please.
Do you touch the statue?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do a show to players.
Oh, it's pretty cool. That's a cool statue.
Yeah, they don't make the frill cracked and pitted like the description says, but
No,
Yeah.
but
honestly, I think it's a cool looking fucking statue. Yeah,
very
It
cool.
is.
I think you pick up a couple of pieces of the stone off the ground and you mend it. When you're close to it, you feel this like chilly aura of cold air.
Ooh.
Can I Arcana?
Yeah, go for it.
I want to learn more about.
This is a magical trap of some kind.
Oh,
You're not exactly sure what it is or how it's triggered. But at some point, this would breathe a cone of cold on people who were trying to get into the door. And it is
Okay.
old and not repaired well and does not work anymore.
I stopped mending it.
Well, the mending won't put back the enchantment, I will say.
No, I suppose not, but
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah, I think you just like you're doing a mending on the wings and you see like in its mouth like a little carved glyph and you're like, "What's that?" Oh. I'm standing right in front of it.
yeah, yeah. Um, Anna, this should not. This shouldn't still work, but just this might breathe a cone of cold on you.
Excellent.
So
Good to-
try not to stand in front of it. Um,
The doorway's right in front of it there, Strahd.
yes, I think that's the point.
All right. Well,
But well, it's out of order at the moment.
okay, that's comforting. Thanks for the heads up. Would you like to approach the door, or should we? We can offer them our craftsman services.
If you look over to the right, there are some rooms that are just open to the elements. You can see that they're just like busted up walls and things like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, let's go knock on the door because we did just want to. We're we're
Yeah.
here to talk to him.
Flagstone steps, flanked by stone railings, climb to a landing in front of a pair of tall wooden doors with rusted iron bands and knockers shaped like small dragons.
Knockers.
Carved into the lintel above the entrance is the word Argenvostholst. Argenvostholt. There's
Yep.
no last S, but I will do it every time.
That's okay. You're the DM, so you get to decide what words are.
Skrios, you're leading?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Uh,
You have the information. Anna doesn't want you to get hit by the cone of cold, so it's actually going to stand like right about behind you, so that if it does
Very
hit,
funny.
there's something between you and it.
When
All
you
my friends are constantly throwing their bodies between me and danger.
when you first put your foot on the stairs, you feel a cold breeze coming from the dragon behind you. Like it's just worn out. You know, now it's just nice air
Yeah.
conditioning.
That's the trap
It
trigger.
opens its mouth and it goes, and you just get like a nice cold like gust of air on your back, and then it closes its mouth and doesn't activate again.
I hold my skirt down like Marilyn Monroe.
Was so glad that we dodged that. Anna's going to say. We should probably knock. Seems polite.
Yeah, I'll knock on the door.
You hear just this loud, resounding dong through the door, like the sound of like metal on metal, you know, echoing through a big empty hall.
MLM, metal that loves metal.
Yeah, metal loving metal. That's when you hear the guitar breakdown starting.
Oh, sick!
But
Fucking dragon worshipping heavy metal cult. Yes.
that'd be
Please.
sick, actually. Maybe I should
They
do that
paint
next
sick
time.
dragons on the side of their van.
Yeah, that'd be perfect, actually. I'll do that next time. I'm sorry I didn't think of
Okay.
it this time.
Sorry. You had already given us brilliance when it came to the party centaur werewolves, so.
From inside, you see these two dudes, again, pale, papery looking skin. Where their eyes should be are just like these pits of red light that like shove the doors open and they clatter against the outside walls and splinter a little bit. Yes.
Hello. We have information regarding. Oh, I don't remember how to say the name of the dragon.
Argynvost.
Yeah, the thing you said.
Yep. I think one of them like rolls his eyes and the other like steps aside and gestures you in.
Okay.
I think that Anna is gonna just kind of follow next to Skrios.
Okay.
Making sure that nobody's going to attack us in general.
Yeah. You see, this room looks like a king's tomb. A grand staircase leads up to stone balconies held aloft by stone pillars and arches. A tall, faded tapestry depicting a nobleman in silver armor hangs from an iron rod above the staircase landing. 6 sets of double doors lead from this foyer. Along the walls, depicted on marble pedestals, are 3 alabaster busts of handsome men. A 4th bust and its pedestal have been knocked over, and their shattered remains lie strewn across the mosaic floor. 2 chandeliers of wrought iron hang from the ceiling like monstrous black spiders.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna go a little further in. Do I recognize any of these handsome men?
No. They look to be nice looking, handsome men. I think when you walk inside, you see every everything looks like for a second briefly shadowed by a large draconic shadow that hisses at you and then dissolves into shadows.
cool.
I love that we're like so unflappable. We're like, yeah, I've seen illusions. I'm tormented by
also-
visions constantly.
It's like I just communed with my own severed head. Like I'm
Yeah, like,
is
we're
nothing.
over it.
Like it's just the Barovian, like this is all incredible, and as a player, I've got like, oh, this is great. But also as like someone who's been Barovia for more than 5 minutes, we're like, yes, this is just Barovian chic. We get it.
It's kind of the hospitality thing that they do here. This is their decor.
Yeah.
If you can afford it, you get Dragon Shadow Pyrotechnics.
It's true.
Cryotechnics. Did they tell us where we're meant to go?
I think they tell you that upstairs that give me 1 second, sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm really bad at names.
No problem. FantasyNameGenerator.com.
But this guy's a real one. Or as real as
Percival, this is what I needed. Hair in the middle of my embroidery. It really adds to the aesthetic. Thank you. It's also why I'm like, if I ever made anything for Julian, I would have to do it in a different location.
Oh, yeah.
Full of cat hair. I would do my best. I would wash it. I would put that thing in a vacuum sealed bag, but God.
I care about you. I sent you a poisonous item.
Yeah, that's everybody who's ever sent me lotion, so you'll understand my pain.
I love paying it forward to me.
Exactly.
With like gloves of hive creation.
Yeah.
They tell you that Vladimir Horngard will see you upstairs.
Oh.
Nice
Vladimir Horngard's bust of handsome men.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, Vlad. Okay, well, I'm gonna go upstairs then.
I'm following.
Let me bippy boppy boop. I'm gonna have a peek down this rotten hallway.
Yeah.
Which hallway? Sorry. I can't see.
The destroyed rooms upstairs.
Okay, yeah. Yep. You certainly see some messed up hallway. It's just like fucking collapsed. I think you actually see you'd see the roof. I think. Well, you don't actually. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what you'd be able to see and not see from the top. Oh no, you would be able to see into those rooms a little bit because the towers would be here and here. So I think that you see like perched, or not even perched, but just like massed in that collapsed area of the building are these giant nasty looking spiders.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Oh my
your
god,
chandelier.
why is he tiny? Look at the man in that chair.
Sorry, 1 second.
Which chair? What are
There's
you
a
looking
guy
at?
in there?
Oh my god, he's so tiny!
He's just a little boy.
He's a pillow.
Oh, what's his icon?
Oh,
it is a guy. I just have to zoom in a lot to. It looked like a wolf. Why is he white?
I don't know.
Vladimir Horngard. Oh, it's just
Look
that
at
they
his
didn't
sword.
color him in. He's just a pencil sketch. Why
That
is he
sword-
holding it like that? That's the fucking. That's Arthas's fucking.
It's Frostmourne.
Why is it that everybody in Barovia has that weird like mohawk with stuff on the side? Like they
Bald
really
Ebenezer Scrooge ass.
Yeah, and it's not even like
clown haircut.
We just like
Krusty the Clown ass looking. Yeah, I don't know. The barbers only know one haircut, or they get so scared one day that the hair just falls out.
Yeah.
They go, ah, and the hair falls out, and the stuff that doesn't fall out stands up straight on end.
This guy actually had this haircut back when it was cool to have this haircut.
See.
And then he got.
A witch kissed him.
And then he came back as a undead, right?
Hag got him.
And his hair is like that for eternity. Remember, guys, if you die, that's your outfit for your ghost for eternity.
Oh, that's terrible. That's okay though, because Skrios doesn't seem to change his fucking clothes.
Look at this guy. This guy looks sick.
Who are we looking at?
Oh,
Sir
hello.
Godfrey
Yeah.
That's
he looks
a
awesome.
really cool looking undead guy.
Yeah, right?
Horrible to behold, but I think that's
Incredible.
the vibe.
He's also tiny.
fucking spooky. This man is fucking spooky.
He's cool looking. Is who
You look
he is.
awful. Wow.
I think he's actually probably not
Well
here
done
right
to
now.
this character artist.
Yeah, whoever did this character art, specifically Sir Godfrey, if you're listening, fucking props to you. There's no reason in hell you would be listening to us.
No way.
But
But if you did,
on the off
well
chance
done.
this gets clipped and then shared 100 million times, good job to you specifically.
Big ups to this whoever drew Sir Godfrey, because damn,
Yeah, Sir Godfrey
Gary,
Gwillem could get it.
he well,
What's up?
I don't think he should get it. He's got nice hair. His
I
hairstyle could get it, but like, look at you want to do that? You want to look into that face?
think he looks cool.
He looks cool, but it's fucking bad.
You're the world's you're the world's most timid monster fucker.
Oh, shut up. It's just not it's the eye sockets, I think, for me.
Yeah.
Get him cool sunglasses or a blindfold. There you go.
Get him cool sunglasses. You cannot fuck somebody in sunglasses.
I'm not saying you can.
You can, and
Yeah, say it.
here,
say
put
it.
this
Say
mask
it.
on. No, it's fine.
Blindfold. I'm just saying.
Put
Okay.
this mask on before we fuck Sir Godfrey. Now we don't want the person who drew this to.
Yeah, we really don't want you to be.
No,
We're
still
sorry.
ups to you. Just because my
No,
friends
so
are
big ups to you, and probably you were into it as well.
just because my friends are cowards doesn't mean that we fucking will.
What keeps you?
What's up?
I just don't.
I would invite him out to a nice brunch. I'm not exactly into the whole fucking thing, but I would invite him to a nice brunch, and you know.
I'm not fucking hanging out with this guy.
You're not hanging out with him even?
I'm not hanging out with this guy. Okay, I'd hang out with him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'd listen to his Spotify playlists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd moisturize him.
It's very funny.
I
Anyway,
will
I
give this guy a lush face mask. Yeah, anyway.
I'm not into it, but I can't use it. But I'm going to give you all of the coconut that I cannot touch. Here you go. Please just go soak in it for like 6 years.
do you guys ever think about how like undead would have to have like special skincare routines to make sure that it
Yes.
didn't just like rot?
Yeah. I go through a lot of tea tree oil.
I don't know if you'd want to use anything astringent, right?
Well, yeah, well, if you exfoliate too hard, you just don't have skin.
I love the idea of undead who have like patched themselves up with like sewing patches.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like colorful fabrics and things like that to hold their bits of skin together.
I bet.
Horrifying. Thank you for my next character.
Absolutely.
So it's not just Sally from The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, it is.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Okay, well, okay, I'm sorry. What kind of early 2000s emo were you?
I listened to a lot of metal, and I wouldn't have described myself as emo actually.
Well, me neither at the time, but
See, I did listen to Panic. Anyway, we're getting distracted again. We're rabbit holing hard.
that's true.
Anyway, we're going to go talk to Vlad.
Vladimir Horngard. Vladimir. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yep, I was Googling her, so I'll stop. I don't know why I would know that he's in this room, but I will knock on the door.
Yeah, I think they probably told you to go upstairs, and he'd be at the end of the hallway, looming in his seat.
I think I probably peek my head in here first. It's like, just like, is this the? Oh no,
Let me take a look and read. It's Q22, huh?
there's a bathtub.
Who knows? Maybe it's a magic bathtub.
Full of moisturizers for the undead.
Yeah, it's a special. We move them around and then they just disintegrate because we changed their lotions.
Sophie, what have you done?
Yeah, like Howell, but if he died after.
Instead of throwing a temper tantrum and melting into goo.
I guess he'd still melt into goo. It would just be corpse goo.
No.
Does the third floor have a separate map?
No idea.
It does. And that's why none of the characters are on it. I see.
my
I thought
God.
there were only 2 floors. Give me 1 second. Then they would have told you to go up 2 floors. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh.
This is his fun room. This is his fun.
There's a lot of floors here.
Yeah. See? This is what I'm saying. Like, they had a map that was called Argenvost Holt. And then they had this, which is Argenvost Holt 3rd floor.
Okay.
So they would have told you to go up 2 stories instead of 1 story. My apologies.
Okay. Let me get my me. Whoop.
Everything
I
that
think
exists just to make me upset.
just
Sorry,
to
go ahead.
piss you off. Yeah, I think that once I get to the part of the hall that has all this fucking debris in it, I'm gonna be like, does anyone with a castle maintain it?
I'm gonna go with no, not here, especially when the lord of said castle has died.
Everyone here is undead and nobody sweeps.
If you're
Well,
not bothered, sorry, go ahead.
you want to spend your unlife maintaining something that you don't care about?
Why live in it? Like, and I kick some rocks across the hallway.
That's very funny. Let me make sure there's nothing that'll get you here real quick, just to make sure. I don't think there should be. Doesn't make any sense that there would be, but yeah, I think that the floor here is sagging. There are puddles of rainwater mixed in with the debris.
I'm shaping the water so I don't have to step in the puddles.
You can see that there's like a huge iron bathtub in the room next to you that's just filled with debris from the roof.
God. Skrios is not particularly fastidious, but he's upset that this is interrupting with the function of this place. Like, why are you holding a meeting and making me walk through this fucking debris?
It's a power move.
It's a shitty move. It's bad hosting.
They say the west wall of this room has crumbled, but it's the east wall that has crumbled.
Yeah.
It's very funny
Yeah.
to me.
Unless this map is oriented weird.
Oh no. I checked. I made sure first.
Huh. Okay.
So cuz I didn't want to say that and then have to fucking get myself later. Look at this. Top left, north south east west, classic north south east west.
Oh, that's the Nisu.
And it says the west wall of this 50-foot long, 30-foot wide audience hall has crumbled, leaving a gaping hole and a pile of rubble. This is east. This is west. This is
Yeah.
not crumbled.
Well,
Well,
they
But
fucked up.
is it the west wall of the hallway though? Because it's the west wall of the hallway, but the east wall of the room.
It says
Oh,
the
that's
west wall of the audience hall has crumbled.
Okay.
Oh, well, they're wrong. Never eat Strahd's wheat.
Yeah, never eat Strahd's wheat. It says that it has left a gaping hole in a pile of rubble. Weapons and shields that once hung from the walls have fallen to the floor and rusted. A large wooden throne carved to resemble a dragon with unfolding wings faces 3 tall windows to the west. Slumped in the throne is a gaunt armored figure with one gauntlet wrapped around the hilt of a greatsword. Also, that's not the hilt. He's wrapped around the blade in the drawing.
Wow.
Get your artists and your fucking set writers communicating, please.
Never.
All right, well, I'm gonna climb over this fucking pile loudly, I think.
Absolutely. I think he says, "Go away." The thing in the chair does.
We'd like to speak with you.
You see the creature's grip on the greatsword tighten. If you have come to destroy me, know this. I perished defending this land from evil over 4 centuries ago, and because of my failure, I am forever doomed.
I have come to remind you of your oath.
Oh.
We also come with information about the head of the one that you've sworn an oath to. The literal head, mind you.
I think he says, "What do you know?"
Ooh, actually, I don't know this for sure, but Scrio says whenever he gets a hunch, he decides it's true. So I'm just gonna act like he's like, no, it's real. I have a good lead on the location of the head of the dragon whose name I will not ever remember.
Argynvost Holt. Or Argynvost, sorry.
Holt is the hold, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Argynvost?
Argynvost.
Argynvost.
All
Head
right.
of
Think of
Argyn.
big argon, like argan oil. Just
I'm gonna
vast.
put it in
Vast
notes.
amounts of argan oil that you need to maintain your skin
Exactly, see?
when you're undead.
Ta-da.
And your hair. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think he like huffs and he goes, "Hmm. You said you had a lead?"
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not gonna
Sure.
press you for it. If you say it, you say it.
He's not gonna ask about it. You're not. I'm upset. Every fucking old dead bitch that I find in Barovia has given up. The druids gave up. I think Skreos is mad.
Yeah.
I think no, because yeah, okay, he just got here, but also he's like, no, I'm here with a purpose, and every single purpose, let me try to phrase this in a way Skreos would lead into it here. But I
Yeah.
think he says like, and you're not remotely interested. Like, how is it that every person that I have met that has any concept of purpose, that has been around for longer than 10 years, has already decided that their failure is absolute and eternal? That you've decided to sit in this rotten throne for the rest of eternity?
I think he gets up, turns on you, picks up the sword, and starts advancing on you. And
I'm
he
gonna stay
says,
in place. I'll fight him.
"Yeah." I think he
Anna's gonna.
says, "Die and come back and tell me if things still matter as much as they did before."
They do. Anna's gonna say, and stand there.
I think he's just like standing there, like he's about to fucking go.
Now, are you going to be civilized about it, or are you going to act like a bitch and have me resurrect you, or your curse resurrect you?
If you abandoned your oath, then abandon the hold.
I have not abandoned my oath. What do you know of this place?
Oh, bitch, I actually don't know anything.
This was the hold of the silver dragon that was killed by the lord of this land, and its bones were scattered as a show of complete desecration.
I think he like laughs at that, like tilts his head back and laughs. He says, "I am their leader. I was the one who failed to hold Strahd back. We fought for months. I saw Strahd kill the man I loved. We fled with refugees here. We held for months. I saw Strahd slaughter them with his armies. And now he's trapped here. My lord is dead. My love is dead. I am returned here in a place I cannot pass on from to watch my order rot forever. If you know where the bones are, great. Please bring them to us and you will be rewarded." But after hearing that for years and years and years and being sold fakes and going on foolish quests, I am tired. And then he like takes a deep breath and like sets the sword aside back up against the back of his chair. He says, You looked to do me a service, and I appreciate that. I am sorry for reacting in rage. This body, this form, hate comes easy. And he like
Sometimes rage is the easiest one to conjure out of numbness, so I do not hold it against you.
sighs, and he says, "Where?"
In Strahd's castle.
I think he like tilts his head back and he laughs. He laughs and he laughs, and it's like it's not good to listen to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's
It's that like,
raspy
oh,
and
so we're totally fucked.
it's raspy and it's dry and it's like and he says, "Great. That sounds right, honestly." And I think he's just like you see a sad old man in like leaning against the back of his chair. Are you sure
We
you didn't
will
want to fight? Sorry.
Not particularly.
Mm.
I'm saving that energy for Strahd.
I think he sighs and he says he cannot be allowed to die again. When he died the first time, when he died again, every time he comes back more monstrous and more dangerous.
He'll not only die. His annihilation will be absolute.
I think he sighs and shakes his head and he says, "Adventurers, return the skull before then. You seek to annihilate him so that we can ensure that we'll actually get it."
That seems reasonable. Not that I want to storm the castle more than once, but if we have things that should be delivered, I mean, it would be a pretty succinct fuck you to go in, loot his pantry, and then come back out giggling. I would enjoy the look on his face.
He's like, I think like already is turning his back on you, like not going to listen. I think
Is there
that
anyone here who needs our aid in the meantime? Is there anything we can do?
says, what would he say? I think he says, God, if you bring me the head of Rahadin, I will give you anything you want.
Oh.
I see.
Has he died before?
From what I understand, he has not. And there are few people in this land that deserve it more than him.
What has he done?
When Strahd came and conquered these lands, we and the Dusk Elves were some of his staunchest opponents. Rahadin, from what I understand, told Strahd and his armies how to circumvent their defenses. When the rest of his people fought, Rahadin betrayed them for wealth and power and the promise of a long, easy life. I think that's all he says.
That tracks. I'd love to. I'll kill him.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna kind of look over at Skrios and say, now if we really wanted to be stupid, we could just take the carriage today and have fun. But I think
I think Bella would be sad that he missed it.
now I'm not saying that we would do well doing this yet, but yes. Well, I don't mind taking on more blood feuds at this point, and is there anything else you need from the castle while we're there? We're making a shopping list.
Perhaps a broom? And I look at the hallway.
I think he just like sighs and he says, "What does it matter?"
Well, it would have made it a little easier to come talk to you.
But I heard you coming in.
Do
It's
you ever leave the
advantageous.
room?
Why would I?
You really just sit in this chair 24 hours.
Yes.
That's fucking sad.
His posture must be atrocious. Just awful. I. Is there? Do you have graves that need tending to?
None of us
Do you have
stay
any-
dead. None of us can.
If there was something that needed doing at this hold, I would like to see this guy do it.
Yeah, I know.
I think he just says, "Can you kill me and make it stick?"
For 10 days. Would you like 10 days?
10 days is nothing.
No, it's nothing, but I can't do much more than that at the moment.
Just like keeps looking at them. I think just like goes, slouches back in the chair and keeps looking out the window.
Kratos is annoyed. He's just like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
I think like hanging out in the corner, you see Sir Godfrey Gwylem. Like
Fucking
listening in on
spooky.
your conversation. What's up?
A bitch as spooky as I.
Yeah. I think he catches you
Yeah.
walking away. He asks, "Do you mind if I walk with you?"
Go ahead.
Thank you. I listened in on your conversation. I hope you don't mind.
Doesn't matter if I do or not. Go ahead.
Well,
Considering how many holes are in this place, I feel like the entire place, including those spiders outside, hurt us.
yeah, so it's hard not to, unfortunately.
I hardly presume that my conversations are private anymore.
I think he just like sadly kind of shakes his head and he says, "In this land, you quickly become used to the unusual, I think. Could I borrow you for a moment before you walk away?"
Yeah.
He like cracks the door open and goes up, inviting you to like follow in after him. Just like, and nothing is perfectly secure here, but at least it'll be a little bit more private. I appreciate what you're trying to do, and thank you for bringing us the news. When you assault the castle, let me know. I shouldn't go on the attack because of my oath to Vladimir, but... And he shrugs. I've always been a little bit of a rebel.
Might I ask what that oath is, or would that be?
He is the leader of our order, and we are sworn to serve him. He has decided that this is the course of action that we should take, and we hold to those oaths. We are sworn first to the order and the leader thereof, and then to the people of this land, but mine have always been a little, I'm not exactly as orthodox as some of the other knights, I think he says, with like a little smile.
Well, it's nice to see someone who hasn't completely given up on themselves.
From what I understand, Vladimir did not want to come back. He was angry that he was killed, and he was angry that he failed in his purpose. And he has been anchored here ever since. I do not blame him for being somewhat less than passionate these days. But I could understand how it would be frustrating.
I think that if you have a purpose, your emotions about how you want to fulfill it are not particularly relevant.
I think he like smiles at that and he says, "But when do you get to put it down?"
You don't.
You have an interesting way of looking at the world.
I get that a lot. In various tones.
We don't. I at least don't mean to make light of the fact that you've been here for a very long time in a place with little to no hope. I know there's not much I can do to alleviate anything for before, you know, a larger action, but if there is anything we can do to help and any information you can provide, we do have some things that we're looking for. I don't want to invoke the name, but a certain crypt of a general of Strahd's. We're looking for it.
No, which, if you don't mind me asking?
The Mad Dog.
I see. I believe he is buried in the castle proper.
That's the assumption that I had made as well, but I'm glad to know that we have a lot of threads going there now. It is nice to have a direction that isn't pulling us to every corner of Barovia. Not that I mind seeing it. It's been a long time since I've even been inside it, I suppose.
I think he laughs at that. He says, what other information do you need or require? I'll do my best to help you out. And then he takes a second and he says, actually, I've heard there's a young man, from what I understand, going from town to town and causing problems. Black hair, red eyes, goes by Vasily.
Yes,
Last I heard, he was on his way to the village of Barovia.
Oh, jeez. Well,
or at least headed east on those roads.
Good to know. We have personal business with him as well.
Hana kind of cracks her knuckles in response to that. Personal business.
If you could stop him from causing more problems, that would be appreciated. I could pay you.
I appreciate the offer of currency, but I believe us taking care of him would be its own reward. I was going to look over at Strahd. Shrug.
I shrug too. I'm not big on money. Your assistance is enough of a fair trade.
You're not, I suppose, normal for these lands. Although if there was anything you have that could help the people of Barovia, I would take that in exchange and give it to them. Besides, of course, the duty you've asked.
Do I have anything that could help the people? What do they need?
I doubt that you have anything that will offer more permanent protection for them on a larger scale. That's a bit much to ask, and I don't know.
He shrugs and he says, I'm not doing anything. I could guard their town.
That would be probably very helpful. They are low on defenses, and unfortunately, we can't be everywhere. I think if we reach that point, something will either have gone terribly right or terribly wrong. So
I think he smiles at that and he says, I'll tell Vlad that I am going on a quest.
Thank you. It would free us up to follow our primary purpose here. Because I'm free us again being like, I'm not the bodyguard of every peasant. I have a divine mission.
We are the bodyguards of every peasant. They're all squishy.
Yeah.
And then Skrios being like, I'm not the bodyguard of every peasant. Anna being like, yes, because I'm too busy being your bodyguard now. Not that
funny.
she, mind you, she will happily keep you alive, but you get the, like, yes, because you are also squishy. You have divine purpose, but low hit points.
Okay, yeah, my AC is 16. What about it?
We'll let them know if you're coming. I don't... DM, how long would it take us to get to Barovia today? Can we do it?
Julian actually just posted a lovely...
I just posted a map that has travel times on it.
Oh, thank you.
I'm also dragging my magic items onto my character sheet at the moment.
Are they in house? Is it in house?
House rules, yep.
The Barovia map? Okay,
yep.
Give me a sec. Okay, where are... So it would take us an hour to get back to... God, it would take us... Wait.
Hour 20, I think. Right?
To get back, yes. And then from there it would take us I'm going to say roughly 5 or 6 hours to get to Barovia. I'm not doing all that math at the second. I'm just eyeballing it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So not a today thing, but if he's there.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is an issue because we gotta.
I could cast Sending and at least get a message to the Lesser.
That might, yeah, that's a good idea. Give him a heads up.
And heads up about the Revenant coming to help. Godfrey, correct? It's Sir Godfrey?
Correct.
You wouldn't be offended if I left off the sir because I only have 25 words.
I think he laughs at that and he says, no, that should be fine. I think Skrios that Godfrey will like look at you and he'll ask you who gave you your purpose.
Grios.
And if Skrios was destroyed, would you still cling to it?
I think Skrios makes a face. And he's like, Skrios is destruction.
Does that mean it'll be around forever?
For as long as things disappear. If Grios were finished with me, I would have another task. I would find another purpose. Another star would call upon me at another time. But you can tell he's like, he feels uncomfortable saying that.
Yeah.
I think yes. And what if they didn't? What if you had given your life to a dragon, say, who you expected to outlive you, who you expected to be eternal and watch over these lands? And one day it was gone. And there were no more dragons here. I'm not saying that what Godfrey is doing, what Vladimir is doing is correct. I'm just asking that you have a little sympathy.
Okay, yeah, I think Skrios looks like he's got his brow furrowed and he looks quite uncomfortable and he's like, I understand. Doesn't like to think about this. He's made his point quite well.
I think Anna's gonna. The message that I'm sending is sending Godfrey, Revenant, to defend. Watch for Vasily, man of evil, murderous. Will be along when free. Day is spent. Be safe, be wary, Ismark. It's 25 words.
Not to metagame, but is there a way to physically describe Vasily in there? I know it's only 25 words. I just think it might be a better heads up if we say he's got red eyes and long black hair.
If you take be safe, be wary Ismark out, you could say
sending Godfrey, Revenant, to defend. Watch for Vasily, long black hair, red eyes. A man of evil, murderous. Will be along when free. Day is spent.
I think that perfect.
Thank you. Yeah.
Because if you say beware of watch for Vasily, because he knew exactly. He was friends with the other Vasily.
That's fair. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Good plan.
So that is a good distinction to make. So he's not looking for an old fat blonde going gray.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pulls up their text editor to count the words because it's like trying to compose an old Twitter post.
Yeah. Back in my day, tweets were shorter.
All right. Yeah, back in my day, we only had 140 characters.
Just
Then they
typing.
decided to change it the same semester I was doing a project about poetry specifically within those constraints. So thank you, Twitter. You fucked me over.
That's funny. It's okay. Research is always kind of behind.
It's true. Well, yeah. My professor was very merciful in that case, but
Yeah.
it's just like, God damn it. What the fuck? Wait, Anna. Okay, we'll try to keep this short like yours was. We'll do. Thank you. We'll have the guard keep. I love that. Thank you.
So that's like a text from someone who's not responded to a sending message before.
Yeah.
Doesn't realize he has a word limit.
Yep. Who has not dealt with this kind of magic before. Everybody else, like Crow and shit, was like, cool, thanks. And then, like, I've gotten, like, magical messages before. I know there's a limit. And then, like, Ezek is like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna start talking to you. Shit, it beeped.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that with Crow, you kind of had a chance to explain how the spell worked, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And then with Ismark, it's just kind of like, well,
Yeah. He's just a guy.
He's just a
a
guy. He's a dude who practiced with swords his whole life to try and be good enough to kill Strahd, and he's like a level 3 guy.
It's gonna be fun when we meet up with him again and we're like, yeah, we're all level 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't seen you in a week.
Yeah,
You
right?
still level 3? You were pretty tough when we came here through the first time.
Don't worry, he'll get turned into a werewolf so he can keep up with you guys.
That's okay, so will Anna.
Yeah,
Sure.
werewolf bros.
Considering it heavily. I'm just, the concept of transforming into a porcelain werewolf just seems so fucking
It's
cool.
very cool.
It's very cool. I mean, if you want to, it's fucking it's free and it's free real estate.
No, I'm serious about saying, Mitch, that like once we figure out how that ritual goes, Anna's gonna do it and take the blessing. It's
yeah.
just we need to figure out the timing of it to do it faster and not dissolve into powder, you know?
Yeah. Listen, who knows? Maybe breaking down some of your body and then transforming it is part of it, you know?
See?
Maybe fucking we'll keep it on the table. Don't you ever want to like slowly have your identity melt away as you assume new shapes?
Oh god, yeah, every day.
Fucking I've read Animorphs.
I didn't, but it sounds I mean, I turn into birds and stuff. I would love Anna, if you want to do any more fucked up experiments on your body, you know I'm always down.
Got it.
I love that for Skrios.
Well, I mean, the nice thing is if I fuck up a limb or something, there's a whole shed of them in Beres, so
it's true.
not that I'm big on loss as a concept, let me make that, but like, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I am trying to not Anna's body is not modular and replaceable in that way, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Like but you know, you guys have a lot of magical healing. We can talk about it.
We do.
Yeah, I
also
think
a prosthetic limb is just a common magical item according to Ravnica, so
yeah. Correct. I think Godfrey will like give you a little like nod, Skrios, and thank you for your consideration. I think
thank you for your assistance.
Again, I think he'll nod and he'll say, I think you really would have liked Vladimir if you knew him when he was alive.
I'd like him to get back to that person. Because this is pathetic.
I think he like nods at that. Like, yeah. He shrugs. And he'll like, I think just walk out, shout he's going on a quest, and then just like
I'm going out. Where are you going? Out!
I'm going on a quest. I'm going to look for some stuff. I'm going to fight some of Strahd's minions, you know? Quest. I haven't been on a quest in a year. Leonard's like, I don't care. Just go.
Give a shit what you do.
And then you see Godfrey just like perfectly, like, again, fully armored dude, fully armored revenant, just like perfect dive out the window, right?
Oh.
Like fucking roll to a stop and then just start like jogging east. I think like fairly
I
brisk
love
pace. Like
I love that every time we help out of town, it's like, yeah, we got a team of necromancers doing construction. We sent this fucking revenant to just chill, make sure everybody's doing okay. Fucking like the spookiest possible way we could accomplish this. That's what we are doing.
Well, like,
absolutely.
it's us as a party, right? We look so intimidating, and then they're like, "Oh, actually, you guys are good." And so we're like, "Okay, so we're gonna make you rethink those boundaries like
Yeah.
76 times. Have fun."
Yeah, at first you're gonna be like, oh, creepy. I don't want to deal with these guys. And then you're like, oh, they're actually nice. Mostly they're just petting horses and helping the elderly. And then it's like, oh, they might be collaborating with Strahd. I guess I should reconsider. And then they're like, oh, that was fake. Actually, they're just Strahd just wants us to think, okay, well, they've still been helping. Well, but they are consorting with the Druid Circle. That
Yeah, I can't keep up with their Twitter feed drama. I just know that they brought my chickens back. So
this is fucking Barovia's most messed up polycule.
yeah, God,
All right,
I didn't
well,
get no
he's
sleep because
dived out the window, so we can probably
Shoot. Probably this window. That seems more right.
fucking bye.
Um, absolutely.
Actually, what's in here? What's in this?
Let
It's like
me
a
check it out real
library.
quick. Third floor, Q40.
There's a chair.
Yep. Three narrow windows long allow slivers of light to illuminate bare oak shelves along the walls and a torn padded chair lying on its side near a cavernous hearth. A picture above the mantel has been slashed, its lower half hanging down below the frame like a torn piece of flesh. An iron door set into the south corner of the west wall hangs open on one hinge.
I'm gonna sigh very heavily and mending the
Um,
painting
okay.
because I
You
want to see what it is, but I'm a little annoyed at picking up after them.
absolutely. I think you see a painting of one of those handsome men, uh, from down in the study with his hand on the shoulder of a younger Vladimir. Uh, like very proud Vladimir holding the dragon sword. Like, uh, again, very proud looking old man, or not old man, but like handsome older man.
Yeah. First of all, was it a prerequisite to be handsome to join this order, or did it make you handsome after you joined?
Great question.
Yeah. We may never
Uh,
know. I'm gonna take
give
this
me
painting.
actually a perception check if you don't mind.
Okay. I don't mind. Beep.
Yeah, that seems right. Um, I think that like you realize that this dude has like he's a handsome older man. He doesn't have any wrinkles on his face and his hair is like a nice gray. And then you're like that's not gray, actually. Actually that's silver. This dude
Mm-hmm.
had busts. This dragon had busts of his human forms and they were all
Wow.
handsome old men. They were all
That's
Yep.
handsome. They were all
that
fucking good-looking guys, huh?
that's so sick. That's so fucking sick. Hold on. Wait a minute. That's the dragon.
Yeah.
Waiting. I've been waiting the entire time. I was sitting there like, yes, I figured that that was.
The fucking guy. This fucking guy. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna take the painting off above the mantle and I'm gonna put it. Timing.
uh
I'm just gonna toss it in the rubble right here. Just fucking leave. Like,
that's very funny. Um
care about it, bitch.
the
Like,
the shelves were almost completely bare except
yeah.
for a single book. There is one book left on the shelf. It is partially
I'm looking.
burned and its cover was slashed by a sword. It is gold leaf on the front and it is titled um what does it say? The Oath Celestial.
Oh, bitch, you
Yeah.
know I'm reading that. There's no way I'm not reading that.
Um,
I tipped the chair back up.
It's like, if it's in Celestial, could you translate or teach me how to read it, actually? But if we don't have time, that's fine.
If you have 100 years, I could teach you, but
I've had 700 of them, so I think I might have some. But yes,
sure, after this, yeah, we can
of
start
course.
lessons, but I'll translate for now.
it's a devotional tome about like how honor elevates people, how like uh that like swearing yourself to a purpose greater than your own is more than just like doing something. It's more than just like promising to make something happen. It like elevates people and makes them more like organizations as kind of like uh not holy necessarily, not like in that way, but like um fucking uh transcendent, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah,
um it is not exactly, it's not explicitly about like Argynvost or anything like that. It mentions a place called the Holy Empire of Valentia. Um as you're paging through, it's just like kind of like codes of chivalry, but it's interspersed with this like um yeah, this like uplifting like in the faiths of evil you hold to your oaths, you know what I mean? That you go down fighting till your final breath kind of
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Um it's supposed to be inspirational, but you can imagine that like, oh great, yeah, go down fighting until your final breath, and then like paging through and looking for guidance. Like, what do I do if I can't fucking die? What if I do if I
Yeah.
lost and I died and nothing happened, right?
Mhm.
And it's
What
just
if I keep
like,
coming back? Yeah.
yeah. Um I think you find like folded in the uh just like a letter folded in there.
I love to read people's personal letters.
Yeah.
Crack, let's crack that sucker open.
Crack open a
Ooh,
cold tome with the boys. Let's go.
ooh, Journal of Argynvost.
Oh boy, please tell me you get a text version of that, because my cursive
Yes,
is
Scroll down.
rusty. But
yeah, yeah.
oh, good. Thank you. Do you want me to read? I can read it out loud if we want.
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
My knights have fallen, and this land is lost. The armies of my enemy will not be stopped by sword or spell, claw or fang. Today I will die, not avenging those who have fallen, but defending that which I love, this valley, this home, and the ideals of the Order of the Silver Dragon. Evil surrounds me. The time has come to throw off this guise and who these heathens and
It does say
show
that. Probably show.
Yeah.
Show these heathens my true fearsome form. Let it spark terror in their hearts. Let them tell their stories of dark triumph against the protector of the Benelok Mountains. Let Argynvost be remembered as a dragon of honor and valor. My one regret is my remains will not lie in their rightful place, in the hallowed mausoleum of Argynvost Holt. No doubt my bones will be scattered among my enemies like the coins of a plundered hoard, trophies of a hard-won victory. I do not fear death. Though my body will die, my spirit will live on. Let it serve as a beacon of light against the darkness. Let it bring hope to a land wrought with despair. Now to battle. A.
Hey, this guy fucks. No wonder this dragon was so handsome.
I think like, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't mean anything that Godfrey brought you in here to talk about, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe
Mm,
it does.
yeah, I was gonna do this already, but I am going to uh put this letter, fold it up, put it back in the book so that it's sticking out very obviously.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna come back down, throw it just
Oh my god.
past the painting so it kind of slides up on the floor and just walk out again.
It's very funny to me.
Like just a full, like very dismissively like tossing it. Like
Like, hey, you got
read
some.
your own fucking book. Like
Yeah.
this the dragon that you followed, he even said, if my spirit lives on, like it's not without purpose. This fucking dragon wouldn't have been, I'm just mad at this. He wouldn't have been fucking sitting in this chair.
It's
So I
true.
feel like it probably won't do anything to mention. Yeah, we keep meeting your dragon on the road, by the way. Like he won't care.
I don't think he'd believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Skrios is kind of sick of this guy's shit already. Like these fucking old undead bitches that are like, I've been dead for 100 years. I've given up on everything.
It's been longer than 100 years. Gotta give him that.
Okay, 700, whatever. I've met 700-year-olds that are not like this.
No, and could you, Anna, give me a religion check?
Yeah. Once I get to my character sheet, it's fine.
Absolutely.
I'm on the right page. It just takes forever to load.
Oh, spicy religion check.
A depressed revenant shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Revenants are supposed to be animated by their hatred. They're supposed to be like brought back because of their undying purpose. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like Strahd. I feel like Anna's got to kind of think about it for a second. I feel like they're not kept here by their purpose the way they're supposed to be. They cannot move on. The same, it's just like how Strahd, Fang, whatever, fuckface, it talked about not having an afterlife, right? I think part of it is actually a curse, and
I get it, but
I'm not saying it to excuse them of inaction.
I have no respect for those who've abandoned their purpose. Obviously, it's not complete if the curse is maintained.
Well,
They're not finished.
We weren't supposed to mention that in front of them, so. But yeah, I think bringing back at least the head of the dragon would give them hope. But I would wish I could bring back the whole dragon. But I don't think that it's been too long.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I don't have a way to bring Florida Bart Fast back.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
What do you think would happen if you tried to cast Raise Dead on someone with the fucking sapling or whatever on them?
That's true.
I don't have Raised Dead.
You don't?
I
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do think, yeah, maybe I could do some celestial experimentation and see if I could fucking revive it long centuries dead dragon with that. I think that would be pretty sick. Is it something? Skrius is a little less hinged than I thought he was.
Yeah.
Once we got into the like, yeah, you can call any celestial you want. Skrius is like, yeah, fuck around, see what happens.
Yep.
I think that's correct. I think that is like appropriate for Skrios. I think that like, what's up?
Yeah. No, I agree. I just am surprised by it, I guess.
Gotcha.
I don't think I'm playing out of character. I'm just like, he is very singularly obsessed and trusts, like, he has enough faith to believe that it will work out okay, or that the casualties, not casualties, but like consequences are worth it. So yeah, well, it's the thing I'll think about. If there's a way to resurrect the dragon, I think that'd be cool.
I can't wait for you guys to fucking ride into battle on the back of a huge silver dragon.
I can't wait to fucking kill Strahd riding on the dragon that he killed. Like,
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna undo everything that you did wrong, Strahd. And also, this is your fucking ex, not girlfriend.
Yep.
And your ex sister-in-law.
Almost sister-in-law.
Your ex almost sister-in-law, and the silver dragon that you fucking slaughtered that like won you this castle or whatever. And also me, bitch. And probably Strahd is gonna be like, oh fuck, am I about to die? And then he's gonna pop the biggest boner he's ever had because this is a plot twist he didn't predict.
Yeah, absolutely. Either that or he'll fly into a blind and unthinking rage wherein he completely cedes control of himself to the horrible vampire side.
That's
and then
also
later it's like, oh, if only I could die.
Yeah, literally, he'll be like, "Oh, that was the most interesting thing, and I just killed all of the people that were like actually cool. Poor me." I don't have any friends. Just
Yeah.
my stupid butler. Yeah, you ate them. Like, that's like when I go to the store and I buy fucking snacks and then I eat all the snacks and I'm like, where's my snacks?
Yeah.
Strahd's a stupid, stinky little bitch. Anyway,
Correct.
I'm also surprised but loving how fucking cranky Skrios is today.
Yeah. Well, Bella's not here, so
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna think about that. I did it. I
I'm
can't cope with
totally
the fact that I
fine with somebody proclaiming that we like each other and then riding off into the sunset immediately with
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm totally cool with it that I just confessed that I liked him and that he agreed with it and we spend the night in the same bed together and then in the morning he's like, "Okay, I'm leaving." That's normal and fine for me.
I'm totally okay.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Oh
Who
man.
said I wasn't okay with it? Ha ha ha. Ha. Oh, anyway. Yeah, I'm done here.
yeah, I think
Oh,
Anna
no.
is too. I think there's not much. I mean, she kind of wants to see the mausoleum at back, but
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
absolutely. I'll read the description of it if you guys are okay with it not changing
yeah.
Yeah,
tabs.
yeah, yeah. Also, I could jump out the window after that guy now and
It's
just
true.
float gently to the ground, which is fun.
Are you gonna fireman carry Anna?
I can
Oh, I
fly.
mean, we can both do that. I don't think Grios is that theatric though. Like, I don't think he's got the showmanship to want to do that. I'm just saying I could do it.
Tucked behind the mansion is a frog-shrouded cemetery enclosed by a 7-foot tall fence of wrought iron. In the northeast corner stands a mausoleum. When you guys are walking across, you suddenly feel like somebody is watching you. Um, bum, bum, bum. When you look up, you spot a well-dressed man with a thick mane of hair looking down on you from a high tower window. And then he
In the mausoleum?
looking down on you while you're walking through the cemetery
in the
From
house.
where?
toward the mausoleum from the tower window on the 3rd floor.
Hmm.
This one? The one with the bed?
No, the first one you pinged.
Okay.
I was gonna look up and be like, do we want to fly up there to see that?
Um,
Feeling it's an
Yeah.
apparition.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. We could just float up to the window and be like, "Hello."
Yeah.
nothing in there.
Fucking Twilight. Nothing in there. All right.
Nothing in there.
It was a use of steps of the night that was kind of worth it for aesthetics because
So funny. Can you imagine you're spying on your neighbor and they just fly up to your window and you're like, "Do you mind?"
I think that this place is like big and has like some, I think, straw strewn about that is like completely rotted. And there are some like trinkets on the ground, not the mausoleum, but the room that you guys just peeked into. And it has like claw marks in the ground.
somebody likes to sleep in dragon form.
Correct. Um, you see that on the mausoleum itself, there are tarnished, silver-plated gargoyles shaped like dragon wormlings that cling to the stone-tiled roof of the mausoleum. An 8-foot tall, 4-foot wide, white marble door is set into the southward wall. That is hard for me to say. Is engraved with the name Argynvost.
I was kind of gonna like gently touch the mausoleum and be like, we tried to remind them of their oath. I'm not sure if it worked.
Um, do any of you speak or read Draconic?
No.
No.
Okay. There is text on the door that you cannot decipher.
I will make a copy of it.
Okay.
We can
Looks
show
to
it
me.
to Rictavio, whose name I
Hold on.
remembered.
Ah, damn it. Well, I also have tongues as a spell, so if I pick it for the day, it's just not ritual cast, which makes no sense because, like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one seems like a
Is there
ritual.
comprehend language?
I don't know if I have that. Give me a second.
It might be a knowledge domain thing.
Yeah, I have a feeling. Hold on. Comprehend languages.
Bard, sorcerer, warlock, wizard.
Yep,
So not us.
not
Yep.
us, man.
Unfortunate. That one is a ritual cast spell. That's the only reason I was.
Yep. Makes sense, kind of. That at least that the knowledge domain would get that, but still.
Yeah.
Get it? Well, one of our wizard buddies or
Yeah, I think that there are just a bunch of the revenants are like watching out the eastern window where Godfrey like jogged away, you know? But if you go up and try to talk to anyone about it, they will deny that they are looking wistfully.
Shame. If you wanted to go on a quest too, I hear that the town of Barovia could use assistance.
yeah.
Right? If you want to make it a persuasion check, feel free, but
Yeah, I think
Do
I'm just
it.
gonna do that. You said that
I
you would
think
help protect these lands, and Barovia needs some help.
you should take advantage on
Persuasion?
it because you're trying to, persuasion. You're trying to appeal to like a deep set like series of beliefs that these people have. I just think that I think that you say that and there's like a moment where it looks like they might, you know, there's like a half step and then shake the head I can't go unless I can't go unless I'm put on a quest, you know? Like I can't.
That's fair, and I respect that. Somewhat.
Somewhat quietly walking away. It's very funny.
But yeah, okay. Well,
Um,
if we, yeah,
would that be one that you tried to guidance, Skrios?
Actually, about to offer, but I don't think my mic got it. But yeah, if you'd like to guide, if I know you're about to do it, you can have some guidance.
Yeah. I think
Add a
What is it?
D4.
give me the D4. I love to
Ooh.
see it. You love to see it. I think
Yay.
I think that you'll see like two of them, like not the one you're talking to. I think he still does what we discussed. He shakes his head and says
Yeah.
no. But I think you do see a couple of people, a couple of these revenants just like fucking dip, right? Like somebody turns their head and then you look back and they're gone.
Yeah. I think Anna has just a slight smile at that.
Oh. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've done everything we can do here. I think. Do you think so, Skrios?
Yeah.
I would like to go to the church tonight, but other than that, I think we should probably end up in. Not that we should travel the roads at night, but we should end up in Valaki, just in case Bella returns.
Yes, he should be back by now.
You would think.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's probably not close to getting dark yet.
Okay.
But we can do the RPG wait button and say
Yeah.
that you guys kill time in the
Yeah,
little. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say we could, Skrios could start trying to teach me Celestial maybe a little bit, or.
Yeah.
We can is anybody back is like Ratavu in the end to translate the Draconic for us?
Oh, that would require us going all the way back to Valaki. Anna wants to see the.
Oh, you didn't want to
What's
go back to
the?
Valaki yet. You wanted
It's
to go
not.
wait in the
What's the travel time on that? Like an hour?
Oh yeah, an hour. We could go back and then come back tonight because Anna wanted to at
That's
least see the
what I
church with Jen.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant, that we'd go
Okay,
wait
then
in
that's perfect.
Valaki
Yeah,
till later, and then at
yeah,
night we'd go back.
perfect. My brain was thinking of the travel time across Barovia. My mistake.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I think you can do that. I think Rictavio like smiles. Says, "Well, where did you get that?" And translates this little snippet of text for you.
The
Okay.
bones and treasures of Arkenvost, Lord of Arkenvost Holt, and founder of the Order of the Silver Dragon.
Is it not apparent where we found it?
I don't know where the tomb would be. A dragon's tomb?
Oh, okay. Well, it's to the southwest.
Guarded by the Revenants, the Paladins.
Mm.
Guarded is a generous term.
I think when you say revenants, his eyes like darken.
Okay, they're not. They're not. They don't need to be dealt with. They're honestly pretty depressed, which shouldn't happen. So their
Curious.
rage is directed at the same target that ours is. So I would at least give them that mercy.
Mm. I'll trust your judgment. Not happy, I think, that you guys are just leaving a group of undead.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah. No. He has reasons.
You can be mad about it.
Yeah. I think, like I said, still like here, still trying to help you. I think still give Skrius the side eye when Skrius walks in.
God,
Yeah. Well,
fuck off. Just because it looks like I'm helping Strahd.
Listen, man. Fucking.
No, I get it. No, I get it. I'm not here to make friends.
I would love to see Skrius on a reality TV show. Anyway,
Me too. Really bad.
was there anything else you wanted to do in town?
um.
I know.
Sorry, I'm getting a little peaked.
You're getting what?
Kid, I'm tired.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where that phrase came from, but here we are. So my brain's a little foggy.
You're totally fine. If not, we can just say you guys kill time, pass time, wait for
Yeah.
news of Bella.
No, I think we could just work on some celestial language stuff, and then when it's looking like around dusk, we can head out.
Head out, pick up Jan, and go to the
Yeah,
temple in Beres.
absolutely. Yeah. So I think you guys go down. It's dark and cloudy, and that little like glowing will o' the wisp thing is there at the entrance to the temple again. And Jane goes, "Well, what are you?" And like wants to go poke at it, and when she takes a step forward towards it, it like darts back off into the temple. I think.
It
Go ahead.
acts as a tour guide. I'd follow where it goes. It seems friendly, but
I think will take you on like a slightly modified version of the walk around, if that makes sense. Like presenting these rooms in a different order, presenting the exhibits in a different order. Again, not exhibits. I don't want to make it sound like this is some kind of like fun art installation.
well, yeah, I know.
But you guys get what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then where it fizzled out before, this time when the will o' the wisp enters the circle of stones, I think like blossoms into like a full kind of illusory uh like a like I one of the like hangout prayer sesh guided meditations things that was um led by Bryn way back in the day. Anna, I think one that you remember. Um, it is just like a nice, warm, familiar meditation on like what it means to be a cleric, especially one who like worships the moon. What it means to like put yourself on the line to defend other people. The kind of like when you have abilities, when your conviction and your faith lets you or grants you these powers, that there's like a responsibility to use them to defend people. That like, but that doesn't mean that you have to like pursue it to the exclusion of everything else. Like there's always room for to be yourself, to like learn and grow and develop and like take comfort in the nights. Like sometimes you just have a night off and that's okay. Um a very warm, welcoming kind of like, please everyone here stop overworking yourselves.
Yeah, guys, we're not approved for this much overtime. We need you to cut back.
Yeah. And I think it's like it's not chiding, right? It's a little chiding, I think, but it's mostly just like everyone here cares about each other. Like take some time off. It doesn't have to be 100% on all the time, you know. But it is just like a warm, friendly one. And then it kind of like blurs and fades out a little bit, and I think that the little will o' the wisp like flickers once and then again and then like vanishes for the night.
I was gonna smile a little bit. I figured it would be something like that if it couldn't project it earlier.
I think Jen's gonna say, "Well, I've never seen that before."
Hmm.
It was nice.
It was. Given, I guess my attachment to this area, I wouldn't be surprised if something turned back on. Turned back on, quotes around it. I don't know where it came from, but
I think that she'll shrug and say, uh, sometimes you just gotta take it when things work out." I think.
yeah, I think I have to agree with that. I was gonna kind of look over at Skrios and probably looked over a couple times during the "sometimes you just have to enjoy the night" speech. Like the buddy, sometimes you not everything has to be your purpose. But isn't gonna
Yes.
say that just as kind of a quick
Well,
It's not said. It's just looked over.
yeah, do I pick up? I got a 16. Do I pick up on your vibe?
I'm not trying to hide it.
All right, well, Skrios looks a little annoyed.
I think that's very funny. I think Skrios knows the benefit of not fucking. Well, maybe not actually. I was saying that I disagree with the thing I was about to say.
Run it, though.
Oh, I was gonna say I feel like Skrios knows the benefit of not fucking overworking yourself, right? Like,
No.
yeah,
No.
yeah,
Yeah, no, as soon as you say it, you're like, actually,
no.
no.
Like, I think that's
Like,
something that other druids know the benefit of, and that they tried to
yes.
teach him.
Yes, I think that's a thing that they tried to impress upon him many times, that there is like a balanced approach to assisting the stars.
Yep.
And that like a star may not comprehend the minutiae of our lives, but that doesn't mean that we don't, and that like our existence are not inherently valuable the way all creatures' lives are valuable, and that like our well-being is important and blah blah blah. But I think Skrios is just so like, I think he can kind of understand having a certain kind of patience that will allow him to like,
Do more
if it's
later.
yeah, that it's like, if I believe that it's not the right time to act, then I can fill that time with other things without going totally nuts. Um, like I was thinking about this too, is that like, sure, uh, yes, he just took a night off to go on a date.
Yeah.
One, he was possessed, and two, I don't think that Skrios would be as willing to do that if he hadn't seen that Bella and Anna are important to his mission. Like, if it hadn't personally included both of you, so that he believes that like supporting you guys will be progress in some kind of way, even if he doesn't understand how, then I think he'd be a lot less willing to like take time off for your side quests.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking.
I'm not saying he wouldn't want to. I'm just saying that like I don't think he has that too much. He's starting to learn it because it's like he's experiencing the rewards of doing so, but I think that it's not 100% there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Gonna kind of, spend a little bit of time at the church and then make sure that Jen gets back all right, because
Yeah.
it is dark and gloomy, and we have light spells, but I don't want her to be on the road alone, And if we feel like we can make it to Vallaki tonight, Anna would be fine to travel at night as the two of them, because let's be real, I have Lehman's tiny hut if we're desperate.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I think you guys can get back no problem. I think it's like it'd be a couple hours, Both of you need less sleep than people do, and you're also like a two-man fighting team. If you guys want to do a combat encounter, I could like throw one together, but I know you said you're tired,
Whatever.
so like
Yeah.
Don't feel an overwhelming need for combat in this session, I think.
yeah.
Ditto. I'm also getting pretty sleepy.
I think
and
that
I just
Krezk
toss
is
it in
going to
combat.
be fairly high combat. I think that obviously Barovia Castle Ravenloft is going to be fairly high
Yeah.
combat. I think that the Amber Temple is going to be like medium combat if you guys decide to go that way.
Yeah.
I think
I definitely wanted that's my like highest priority side quest is I'd like to go to the Amber Temple.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way that I'm feeling it right now is like we deal with everything in Krezk because that's kind of
because Bella's going to jail.
This is
that's kind of come to it. That Amber Temple, and then at least one, if not two, separate assaults on
Ravenloft.
Strahd's castle.
Yeah. Ravenloft is huge.
Yeah.
So I might ask that like the week before we decide to go to Ravenloft, we like lock it in so I can like read through all of Ravenloft and make sure that I'm not.
For sure. Totally. Yeah, I've been trying to give you some notice about what our next session plans are.
Yeah.
Both so that you can prepare it and also so that when we get here we remember what we were doing.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys can get back to Vallaki. Bella is not back yet, and I think that is this where we're gonna call it for the night?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that same guy is just standing there, arms crossed, like with that same briefcase, white shirt or white suit jacket. However I described him before, white gloves, white leather shoes, fucking tapping his foot.
Red tie.
Yeah.
Jinx. Yeah, Anna's just gonna see him and have like this smirk and like look over at Crow like you owe me money, and then like be like, so what are you here to deliver, and are you here to be curt or professional?
I think that he like again is like tapping his foot, and he pulls like a single page document, and it says what would it I think I'm just gonna go ahead and say that Bella probably got arrested.
Yeah.
We can retcon it if not, but yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like it says like Bella Qatari on arrest for, and then there's like 3 charges, I think. And the first one is possession of a vampiric weapon.
Oh
and
god.
The second one is
he does have that.
The second one is refusing to surrender a dangerous magical item to authority, like to the authorities. And the third one is assault of an authority. And again, is just like there's like a total of like, and again, it's not that much money, but absolutely Bella has been arrested. It's like 12 gold or something like that. Like,
yeah.
Nobody died. Some dude got punched in the face, probably. I can't imagine Bella like actually drawing steel on somebody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what it is the guy tried to grab the sword and Bella didn't realize how much force he was pulling back with, and so it like hit him in the nose, and he's like, he assaulted me.
Yeah, like yeah, for sure.
Or like
Right.
it was an actual punch, but like, no, you're not taking my sword, and then like, oh, that didn't go over well.
Absolutely. And he says,
Yeah.
professional, but if I have to come back here to find somebody to bail you out, I am going to be upset.
I'll make sure.
He like sighs, I think.
Will you tell me where the lake, the blessed lake, is in town when I get there, or should I
I
find
think
somebody as distinguished?
he chuckles at that and he says, look for the Abbey.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Have safe travels. Actually, I'd suggest staying the night unless you have teleportation abilities, but
No, unfortunately, I'm not gifted with magics. But I think that I'll be safe to walk the roads. I appreciate your concern. And then I think he hands you like a little like I don't even know what it would be. I want to say a business card. I want to say this guy just has business cards.
Yeah, do it.
Run it.
Um
God, I just want him to say Vastly Hold. So bad.
Right?
I know that they wouldn't, but God.
Just sorry, this is an aside back to the like Skrios is always on his grind thing, but like literally the way they describe elven sleep is that it's a ritual form of meditation that's been practiced so often that it becomes like a replacement for dreaming. Like it's a mental exercise that you run in your head consciously until it becomes an unconscious process that is restful.
Hell
So
yeah.
like literally doesn't even he's on his he doesn't even like sleep. He's like on his celestial grind literally 24/7.
I am a random name generator if you need it.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure all of this is typed properly. You say Pinsman?
I said Pinskadan.
Pinskadan, of course.
Try it a third time?
Crob's lore. Oh, see.
Leo Emmanuel, of course, Solicitor and Resurrection Registrar and Bursar at the Abbey.
But yeah, I think like white card, just very nice calligraphy. The name is in like a nice red with like a squiggly underline, and then the solicitor and resurrection registrar and bursar at the abbey is written in like tiny black text underneath it.
Oh,
Of course.
professional.
And then just
Side
like
note, I want you guys to know that the reason I've been sitting here like, oh my god, I've got such a headache is I have a headband on. It's just been too tight this entire time.
I'm
Anyway.
so sorry.
I have removed my source of pain. Continue.
Yeah. I think that just like hands you that, turns on his heel, and like again, feet just clicking on the wooden floorboards. And again, 1,
What is jurisdiction for the
Yeah.
Abbey? Is it only in Krejcik?
Yeah, but let's be real. A lot of other places aren't doing resurrections.
No, but I'm just saying, like, do I need to? Do I need to worry about reincarnations that I commit outside of Krejcik?
Probably.
It depends on,
Considering
are they planning on visiting Krejcik? Do they have business
Yeah.
holdings in Krejcik?
Got it. That's okay.
it's like I literally came back 3 days ago. I haven't even had time to send a missive. This is my first time here.
Sorry, so
Exactly.
they're being held at the Abbey?
I don't think that they tell you. I think that you get a letter that's just like, bail needs to be posted within a week's time, otherwise they'll be consigned to hard labor for this period of time.
Posted to where?
Have you ever dealt with a government form?
Yes. Oh my god, I know. And we were just bitching about this with the Vistani, where they're like, they didn't even post the law, and they were like, oh, you broke it. It's like, well, how was I supposed to know? Yeah, I guess maybe Skrios like tries to ask him that while he's walking out the door, and he doesn't even turn around. Like, where am I
Yeah.
supposed to send the bail?
At the bail, and you weren't happy about it.
I think actually when you ask that, he will turn back. Leo will turn around to you. And again, this is a fairly handsome guy, I want to say. Like, I don't remember how I described him earlier, but I think like clean shaven, good looking, but like the kind of corporate good looking that
I
is
totally get it.
off putting.
Hmm.
He says, if you
Like,
need,
he's clean, but he's like too clean. Like, he's Patrick Bateman.
yeah, he's Patrick. He spends 3 hours a day on his face.
Yeah.
Uh, But I think that he says, well, if you're looking to hire me on as your solicitor, I'd be happy to. But unfortunately, I cannot give legal counsel outside of that kind of, like, yeah, I could answer your question and there's no conceivable universe where it could come back on me. But there's a tiny, tiny bylaw somewhere that says I can't provide legal counsel to people who aren't my clients.
I just want direction to a building.
How much do you charge per minutes of clienthood?
uh, it's very funny. I think that he says, like, if you give me a silver, I'll be able to speak with you.
Wow. Anna's just gonna hand him a silver.
Yeah, I'm like, like, if you don't hand it to him, I'll hand him one. Like, just Jesus Christ.
I think he takes the silver. He says, you'll want to speak with the gate guards and let them know that you're coming into the city on behalf of Bella Katari, who has been arrested for these infractions. They will direct you to the authority holding cells. And then like hands you back the silver and says, this completes our transaction. Thank you. And walks away.
Anna
Pulling the
actually
old
does
Saul
laugh.
Goodman.
Laughs so hard. Good luck, Leo. For your sake, I hope you don't see us again.
I think Leo nods. Like, as he's walking away, he nods. And just like, again, I feel like you hear the clicking of his heels after he's out, you know?
Yeah. God. Thank you, Mitch, for giving us a character who started as a bit character and now I love to hate.
Oh man, yeah. I have an idea of what's going on in Krezek, and I think it's bad.
Yeah.
Cool.
I
would like to. Okay, there's a reason why I asked, but at least I got the name of the building. So I would
Yeah.
like to send my familiar out to go tell Bella that we're coming.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Oh no.
And
Unregistered familiar.
yeah, I'm gonna get arrested as soon as we.
I love this.
Um.
I'll DM you a little bit of a description of Krezek.
Okay.
Probably not
Yeah.
right now, but I'm gonna DM you to remind me to DM. Oh, I can put it in the chat and just say that only Skrios knows. That's fine. That way, it's like in the actual server. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think that's probably a good place to call it for tonight.
Well, I have a channel. I have a channel that's for just me. You can post it in there.
That's fair. Also, yeah, Abby, if you need like a personal notes channel for something that like you want to write down and keep track of, but don't necessarily need everyone to see or like clutter it up for everyone, let me know. And I can make you
Okay.
one that only you have
Sounds
access
good.
to. It would be you and me. It's not perfectly
Right. I
private because
figured.
I'm the admin.
Of
I
course.
wanted to make that clear so it's not like I'm snooping or whatever.
Okay, good.
Um,
I appreciate it. I'm okay at the moment, but
yeah,
good to
rock
know.
on.
I just like to keep my. I find it cleaner to like. I don't care if anybody else already reads it, but I find it a little cleaner to keep my like Skrios only stuff separate from the general party stuff because like when we're going into a building or whatever or a new encounter, uh, I'm gonna be like at the start of a session, I'm gonna check the general notes for like what did we do last time, and then if we're like, oh, I'm at the Amber Temple and they're talking about some esoteric lore, I can check my Skrios's esoteric lore folder.
Right.
That's very funny. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for playing, guys. Future me, have a good night.
Yeah.
Whoa.